Hey everybody, welcome to Numbers Go Up, a online free writing convention. This is primarily for people in the lit RPG and progression fantasy space, but we're going to cover a whole bunch of topics. We got publishers, we got editors, we got narrators, we got all sorts of stuff going on. This event is taking place over 3 days. Today is the forum, tomorrow is Royal Road Writers Guild, and Sunday is the Weaververse. Um, just a quick note. I just want to say thank you to everyone that has volunteered to put this together. Everyone involved in this event is a volunteer. No one's making any money doing this, so we do it for the love of the game. I love you guys. So thank you so much for putting in your time and effort to make this happen. Um, there may be some technical glitches. This is the first time we've done this in a long time, so please bear with us. Um, and if there are any issues, please do let us know so we can fix it. We are also streaming this on YouTube, where it will be recorded. You can watch it later if you happen to miss a panel. Uh, if you don't know me, I'm Yak. I also go by Levi. I'm an aspiring author. I'm a counselor on the forum, which is just kind of one of the head mods, and one of the lead organizers of this event. So I will pass it off to my cohorts here so they can introduce themselves. Weaver?
Yeah, listen, I'm Weaver. I own the Weaververse. Um, I'm also a writer, and we have been putting this together for 3 to 4 months, and glad to have all you guys. Thanks for volunteers, especially the ones that keep pinging me. You know who you are. You guys have done a great job. And Milk is representing the Writers Guild, so sir.
Yeah, the number of people you guys have brought together for this is pretty amazing. I'm totally blown away with the panels and the caliber of people who we brought together to hopefully share some of their experience and help out. Sharing knowledge. It A rising tide lifts all ships.
Do you want to go over the questions we had for the opening, or do you want to go over the schedule?
No, yeah, if you wanted to, you said you wanted to go over the schedule and point out some stuff, go for it.
Okay, so for today, it's obviously we're on the forum. Right after this is going to be a am I at the brochure? I have the bio, it's not the brochure. Um,
Oh, do you need the schedule? Hold on.
yeah, I was gonna go over the schedule quick.
Yep, 1 second. Ignore the mouse on the screen. All right, I put it in chat.
Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so today is a keynote, and then we have the community panel read by Rec. Thank you, Rec, for hanging out with us.
Mm.
Uh, the guys there are in here. At least I've seen them. Then there's Writing to Market at 7:30. Game of Tropes. So Pop, I was leading those two. I don't know if he's here, but he is
He
an
will be.
awesome dude.
Yes.
He will be. And then we have the only panel that is not going to be live streamed is Tonics at 10 p.m. Eastern. Um, so that's the forum. And then tomorrow we have the published author panel at noon Eastern, GMT -4 for you guys in the UK. The pre-recorded publisher roundtable at 1:15, and then the Tess Irondale narration. She's a narrator interview at 3 o'clock. And then I have been told that Let's Make a Story is going to be pretty good. So Fiddle Soup's got something going on. He's already threatened me with some weird stuff. So I don't know what's going on there. That's gonna be on the Railroad Writing Guild, RRWG. Then on my server on the 21st, there is the editing panel. Thanks again, Rec. And then a community panel on panel roulette, the community panel on tools, and then a 2-hour here to improve where we talk through people's work with an eye to listening to it and then giving feedback as an ensemble cast. And then I'm going to talk to you, Freddie, about comedy and satire, and finally we'll cap it off with the talk about ghostwriting with me and Sarek. So
Yeah,
I
it's gonna
believe
be
we have some weird questions we want to ask each other.
it's gonna be awesome. So yeah, actually, I wanted to kick it over to Milk. So this panel probably wouldn't have happened without the sister server program that the Road Writers Guild started up. So if you wanted to mention that and how it kind of got started.
Yeah, sure. Historically, the guild was kind of tied to Imink as a sister server, and we were kind of the little place, and Imink was the big place. But since, um, unfortunately, Imink is no longer with us, we've become the big place, and there is there's an ecosystem that exists around writing on Royal Road, and a huge part of being successful is networking and getting to know other authors. It's a lonely thing to write. You sit at a desk and you type, and you're on your own, and having access to other people who are going through the same thing, doing the same thing, is incredibly useful. So the idea was to bring together the kind of disparate groups, um, and every server has its own vibe. Every server has its own flavor, for want of a better
Mhm.
word, and bringing those together and giving the mods and the admins opportunities to talk to each other, to coordinate, to do things like this, to coordinate on dealing with troublemakers and bad eggs. Um, it, it seemed like a valuable thing to do. It seems to be paying off, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I like how stable our community feels right now. It feels like we're tied together pretty well.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. So
Thanks for your heart.
why did we decide to do this? So I Weaver and I kind of
we
we get talking.
we 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 had one planned
Yeah.
that imploded in winter, and we had like a thought. We're like, do we want to do this again? And if so, do we want to do it again on Juneteenth, like we did last year?
Mhm.
And we said, okay, let's see who's interested. And we started asking, and it kind of spun out of control.
That
And
always
now we're
does.
here.
Yeah.
It is always a terrifying idea. So just for context, I am in two D&D groups with Levi, and in one I'm the dungeon master, and the other one we are co conspirators. So yeah, I got a lot of Levi.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you came up with the name, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I don't remember who came up with the crazy idea to do it on 3 different servers. But once
Well,
once once it
that's
came
the
up,
other
it
thing is
was
like
yeah.
if one server goes down, then we can still host on the other ones
Mhm.
and keep the community together.
Yep. And also I'm just addicted to running events. It's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um Next question. What do we hope the attendees of this event will get out of it? Anybody?
Some of you guys are deep in chapter debt, and you owe me words. You know who you are. Some of you have nuked entire servers to get away from chapter debt.
Not
In a
me.
fair chat. I'm not going to be specific, but there's one guy who might have done that. But yeah, so you should ask questions. You should figure out what like you writing is a very personal thing, but it doesn't have to be a solitary thing. And if you're like bashing your head against the wall, like where am I going? Uh, then ask some friends, make some friends in the comments, make some enemies too. Say better than rival. How is chapter debt accrued? When you owe me a chapter.
Yeah, no,
I
oh, go ahead, Milk.
I was just going to say, yeah, that's great advice. The whole idea is that we've well, you guys have brought together some amazing people with some incredible experience. The the discussion between Rhett and Jez for the publishers
Mhm.
panel, absolutely amazing. So much great stuff in there that anyone who is looking at getting serious and trying to make writing a career, uh, there's good stuff in there. They need to listen. So hopefully it will help people, which is kind of the idea.
Yeah, and I think I'm kind of in an unusual spot because I'm not I've not published anything yet, so I'm still kind of in the aspiring author phase, but somehow I'm running all these events for everybody. Um, so I enjoy bringing people together so the newbies can meet the experienced people. You can talk. It's a good place to get a lot of really good information out, and hopefully eliminate some of the misinformation that seems to be prevalent out there, like review swaps. um,
Don't get me started. The
uh,
rest of this entire hour will just be me railing about review swaps if you do. So
Man, and there's like this thing called like Read for Read. It used to be on Wattpad. I'm just like, why? What?
yeah, so many people are coming from Wattpad and they're bringing that culture with them, and it's like, no, I'm going to ban you if you try and do that stuff. Sorry, that's stat manipulation. It's not how Royal Road works.
yeah. Um. Okay. Next question. Why is it important for writers to support writers? I think this is a
Yeah.
huge deal.
So there are a lot of really weird scams here. If you don't know, there's this website called Writer Beware, where you can kind of like look and see if their publisher is legit or a service is legit. Just because somebody's on Readsy doesn't mean that they're the best or that they'll respond in time. And if you have not posted something yet, you have not yet gotten that a comment of like, "Oh, I've loved your book. I want to turn it into like a comic or a what are they doing like those book trailers."
Oh yeah,
Oh man, and it's like it plays on your emotions. You're like, oh, you like it, but then like when you ask them to explain it, like, okay, so what did you like about it? They're like, I liked when the protagonist did this, but they don't really name the name. Come on, they're
yeah, yeah. The
those
scammers
spam
are
bots.
everywhere, everywhere, swatting them down
Um,
on the daily.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they only need one or two people to fall for it to make a profit because they've got no outlays. It doesn't cost them anything to spam people's DMs and try and slide in. As a good rule of thumb, anyone who's good at what they do isn't going to slide into your DMs on Discord to try and sell you something. Um,
Mm,
they're busy. They've got clients out the wazoo. They have a wait list if
yeah,
they're good. So
and
yeah,
like we're not in competition. Like if Milk releases a book, I'll buy the book. If Levi releases a book, before I die,
when
I will buy
when
the when right. So like each book is like a delicious sandwich or a burger. Like I can eat all the I would be happy to eat a different burger every day. Right, like if every single person in this chat right now wrote 20 books, I would buy all of them and I would still read them all. But like, I need you to get to the point where you're releasing the book, right?
Mhm.
Not like spending forever in analysis paralysis.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
think
So Bill,
sorry, that's a really good point with regards to the community. It's not a zero sum game. Readers can read more than one book at once. You aren't like, there's no need to fight for readers.
hmm
As authors, we kind of ought to be supporting each other because we aren't, just because someone doesn't like my book and reads yours, it's no big deal. And someone can read my book and like yours. It's not like it's not a death match. It's we all um, we all can come together and support each other in a way that builds the community and hopefully helps good books. by whatever metric of good you prefer to use, do well.
The metric of good is if the character's name is Bob.
Or
And
Rhett.
he's a,
Apparently, if you call a character Rhett, you're instantly signed with
Oh,
Aethon, from what I
that's the
gather.
secret. Yeah.
Yep.
did
Little
not know that
little
one.
insider info there.
Yeah, no, I think that especially when we're in the trenches of writing and it's hard, like you have those days that you just don't want to. Having a group of people you can reach out to and tell them, "Hey, kick me and make me write." Or, a gentler version if that's what you prefer. I like to be yelled at for some reason. I don't know why, but um
Family and friends first. Like the people who are close to you are the people who will hopefully be on side and be very supportive. But beyond them, yeah, I think having a community of writers who are doing the same thing and going through the same process, I think that's really important, and it does make a huge difference long term because it's not a sprint; it's a marathon. You're going to be writing 2 million words before you even get good, as a rule, unless you're special. Unless you're unicorn, you're
yeah,
gonna have to churn out the words and figure it out and learn. And you need a community to help you get through those first million words that kind of suck.
yeah.
Once you get past the first 200,000, you can kind of like see where you're at, and you should be pretty good. Then after that, it's finding your voice.
Yeah, and gradual improvements.
Yeah.
Takes
And
time.
if you haven't joined a critique group, this is my idea. Go critique somebody's work. Have them critique you. You will get better by critiquing their work, seeing how that works. You will get better by them critiquing your work and then taking it at face value. uh, my level of critique feedback is read or play me alive. Right? Some people want a general critique. I want, yeah. Look. I've done it. I've written it. Play me alive. Tell me how bad it is.
I don't pull my punches. Whenever I do a critique, I'm just mean. Um, I'm not nice. But people keep coming back and asking me to do more of them. Um, but yeah, no, the workshop is not for you. You do you set out to help people because it makes you better. It's not really about helping them. That's a side effect.
Mhm.
The real motivation that the real benefit that you get is that you improve yourself by seeing other people's flaws, because it's a lot easier to see other people's flaws than it is your own.
Hmm,
Um,
that's good.
that's kind of how I started out in the community. I spent an awful lot of time in the advice needed channels and going through other people's stuff and doing critique circles and trying to help people. Took me a while to realize that I was actually helping myself.
You were the treasure you found all on the way. You
Sorry.
needed all along. Yeah, like you were the treasure that we looked all along for.
Yeah, I was the destination.
I have no idea where my username came from. My gamer tag. Milk probably just spoiled somewhere along the line. Yak, where'd your username come from?
Oh, okay. So, Buddha, who I don't know if he's on here right now, um, was he was trying to gen up some placeholder images for the ox that pulls the cart on his book cover,
There you go.
and I was
uh,
playing her. This was before
Cultivation
we,
Overdrive.
yes,
Let's
this
shill his
was
book.
this was
Seeing as
when
he's not here.
AI Gen was fresh and exciting, and we weren't angry about it. Um, but
Oh
yeah,
man.
I was playing around with it, and I generated this funny looking cow with horns, and I made it my profile picture, and someone called it a yak, and here we are.
Yeah, I believe his Kickstarter is still live. If not, he just did one. Um, but he might be sleeping already because it's 5 p.m. and he's an old man.
Don't pick on the oldies, man. I mean,
I'm old. I'm middle aged. I just look good.
all right, that was a bit personal. Maybe I just
I
took it
was,
personally, and that's on me.
I,
Listen, I know you're like in your 20, you're like 21 or 22. Milk, it's fine.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Where my name come from, I it's the first three letters of my surname and my initial. So, um, yeah, I'm Chris Milnes. So Mill C became Milk, and then I sort of lent into the whole dairy theme, and now I am constantly abused with gifs of animals drinking milk.
I get otters all the time, so I appreciate that. Send me
Yeah,
whatever otter images you have.
you lean into the otter thing. Well, I
Yeah.
suppose
Oh,
I
yeah,
lent into the dairy thing. Yeah, Nate, you and
100%.
Theo, you are all like you're living
This
on
this
the edge.
this tiger's staring at me. You're gonna miss out if you watch this on YouTube, but like these gifs of people drinking milk and tiger
All
drinking
right.
milk.
I think Weaver added this question to the list, so I'm going to make him answer it. What is an elevator pitch for the uninitiated?
Ah, all right. So look, you got like 2 minutes. You step into an elevator with a publisher or with somebody who you want to read your book, and you got 2 minutes to tell them your idea when you ride between the first floor and like the 10th floor. So like, you should. It's kind of like a blurb, but you should be able to articulate the main parts of your story in about 2 minutes. So let me give you my elevator pitch for Wedding Planner. There's a middle-aged guy who just wants to play guitar with his friends, and the only place he can do it is at a wedding venue because he got isekai to Fantasyland. So that's what he's gonna do. And if he has to plan all the weddings to get people to come, that's what he's gonna do, right? So like you should be able to say, hey, well, this is what the story's about, real quick. And if you should be able to like eventually break it down so that you can explain the story in 30 seconds or 2 minutes, just so that whoever's listening to you can be like, all right, that sounds interesting to me. Let me see how the execution is. I want to read it. Or you just be like, read my book. Uh, and they're just like, oh, this is great. This is a lot. This has a lot of f bombs in it. Yes, it does. 3% f bombs by volume,
3%.
literally. Like 96 in the first chapter.
Yeah, I might like swearing a little too much in my writing. It's because I wasn't allowed
Me too.
to when I was growing up, so I'm making up for lost time.
I get told by people that if you swear a lot in your writing, that it's a sign of someone who's not a great writer. But yeah, if you actually sit down and have a chat with me, I will swear constantly. So like the prose is mostly kind of my stream of consciousness, and it's how I think someone like that would react. So yeah, I don't have a problem with it. If you're dropping C bombs every 3 words, then yeah, you
Yeah,
that's not good.
that's a problem.
But
A better way would be what everyone's telling me to do is to replace some of those f bombs with in-universe terms like that mean the same thing. And once I'm done editing, I'm going to go back and I'm going to change a lot of those to things that mean that same thing, but don't have the connotation yet in the reader's mind. So there's a way to think about it. If you get anything from else from this, think about how people swear in your world that is very unique to that. Use that in your work. But yes, you know I'm in the military, so like I use a lot of curse words all the time, just for fun.
they are fun. It's something that's very difficult to police, and a lot of people do just use them casually. So you kind of roll with that, I think. Um, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah,
I would prefer like instead of a fake swear, I would prefer a like a statement that's like a metaphor that only works in that world. Like what's his name's wife? Clive's wife, right? You all know about Clive's wife, right? Something like that, a running gag. You feckless yabs.
yeah, I work in the
Another one would be Dakota Kraut. He uses like what was it heavenly feces instead of saying holy s in various places. And what was the story?
Erebus says it's celestial feces.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, I take that correction. The one with uh, Rock Barkley. I can't remember the story. It's a Sister Park. He starts in like Canada out in the woods, and like the lorries and stuff come to life. And anyway, the main character throughout that just refuses to use actual swear words, and it's painfully uncomfortable past a certain point. So you've kind of got to find a balance between not using actual swear words, but using fake swear words that are obviously just meant to be swear words. It's like when a kid says sugar, we all know what they mean.
Biscuits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they want them cookies.
No, I work in the trades with contractors all day, so swearing is just like my second language. So
Yeah, he trades Pokemon cards, guys.
yeah, yeah.
I don't.
I'm a scalper. Sorry.
I deny that. That was 10 years ago.
You can't prove anything.
All right. So here's my least favorite topic. Talk about being motivated, keeping yourself motivated.
Weaver, you want to?
You
You're
know
the
I have
most
like a
motivated
4-part YouTube
person I know,
series on
Weaver.
this. Look,
Go for it.
it's about for like most of you guys, like 90% of you guys, it's going to be just doing the habit and then like setting a time. So like if I want to write, I'm going to write between right now it's 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. Right? That's my time to write. So I've indicated to myself that's my time. Now, some of you might not have sprinted before. So I do like an hour long sprint then, right? So that's when you're like you're on the clock um, for all the pain. So that's when you're on the clock with somebody and you're being a body double. So you're sprinting, they're sprinting, right? So we have this social contract. We're going to work together, right? So if one of those reads to you, like if that talks to you about like, hey, I want to set aside a specific time and place to do this, great. Make sure you set aside the time and place. Or if you need to be with a buddy, go to the sprints, find a buddy to sprint with you. The other one is spite. Spite's a very powerful motivator, which is why I kind of think that me getting Yak to be in this thing will give him the spite level that he needs to write his book. Am I?
Fueled by hate.
I have several different strategies I'm working on right now to
Yeah.
be a more
Then
consistent
I have
human
this
being.
Friday. I have to ping 2 of my accountability groups. Which, if you're in my accountability group, just ping them for me right now. So like, if you need a daily check-in, Theo does a great job. Theo's in the chat. If you need a weekly check-in, that's a thing. Like you just say like, hey, I'm recording my words every day. I'm motivated to do this. So at the end of the day, hey, I did 1,000 words. I did 500 words, whatever it is. Like you could be a professional writer with only writing 400 words a day, and you would be fine. The reason that you are so prolific is because a lot of you guys write more than 2,000 words a day, which is frankly ridiculous from like every other writing community. So figure out what motivates you, right? It's spite. Is it having somebody else to do it with you? Is it just like having the time and space? Are you busy because you're a parent? Like the motivation will follow the habit or spite.
Habit, I think, is the key word. You need to be
Yeah.
doing it every day if you can, or you need to have set days where you do it, and you need to make it part of your routine so that it's just it's Wednesday, so I'm gonna knock out X many words. This is probably the saddest thing I've ever said, but there was a Reddit post that actually completely changed how I approached trying to be productive. Yeah, okay, don't act like that. That's fine. It was really sad though. It was the non-zero day thing. Um, and it doesn't matter how many words you do, as long as it's some.
Not zero.
You're not doing zero. You're moving towards the dream. You've got to have the goal. You've got to work towards it every day. You've got to set aside time. You've got to focus on it. And you also have to forgive yourself when you screw up and you don't do what you wanted to do. And you have to prioritize making life easier for future you, so that tomorrow you can look back and say, "Hey, I did this, and that's made my life easier today." So yeah, it's prioritizing the future, forgiving mistakes in the past, and just always working to build up. Because if you do 100 words, it's not zero. Tomorrow, try and do 120. And as long as you just build that up, eventually you're knocking out tons of words.
Yeah. So Lauren wrote a question: How to deal with the feeling of needing aspiration? I think he meant inspiration when writing and having writer's block when feeling it, as in the feeling of missing out on the story you could have written with said inspiration. So, for some of you guys, your characters are like little ferrets inside of your brain that will make the story come out, right? So, I suggest you. I have a book for this. It's called. Hold on. What I'm going to suggest is you do some improv, some D&D tabletop role playing games. Let me get this book real quick. Hold on. Play the holy music.
Do, 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 do,
Do,
do,
do,
do,
do,
do, do,
do,
do, do, do.
All right. This is called the book, the Game Master's Handbook of Proactive Role Playing, and all it is it just breaks down how to have proactive characters in a D&D game. So you need to think about the inspiration of what your characters are doing, what they want to do next, right? So your characters have a goal, right? Or the plot has a goal against them, right? Maybe the character is the system and they're going to affect the plot that way, right? So if someone could get a link to this, the Game Master's Handbook of Proactive Role Playing, that was what I suggest. Think about what their goal is, what they're going to do next, and then the things that do in there in between where they are and where they're going, right? And then if when inspiration strikes, you just write down, hey, I think that based on where they are, this is what they're going to do next, or based on their final goal, these are some things I can throw in their path, right? These are the entanglements. This is like, oh, they've got heat from the police because they did this heist, right? Then I have to get the heat off of them, so they have to go bribe this guy, or they have to go get this thing to whatever the thing is, right? Um, and then like the feeling of missing out on the story they could have written with your aspiration. Look, we all have the same 24 hours a day. Sometimes you have days where you can't really get to it, but like Milk says, if you can get 100 words into it, you can just write like 3 paragraphs about how you think the story is going to go, right? And just like write a really good 3 paragraphs and then have it a day and then pick up the next day. And also, like, if you want me to yell at you, I'll yell at you. Just say the word.
Yeah, I'm probably one of the more inconsistent writers in this server group, but the other night I was like, oh, I just need to write one sentence, just get one sentence out, and I ended up doing 500 words without even meaning to. So it's really just about that first step. That's the hardest. If you can get over that, it just kind of flows.
I tend to find that the starts of stories are a lot easier to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like knocking out the first 10 chapters, the first 20,000 words is absolutely no problem. You can do that in a couple of days, 3 days. But when you get into you've got 500,000 words down, and you've got to then make sure that everything you're writing now is, consistent with everything that you've written before. It suddenly becomes a lot more like hard work. So the early stuff is easy, and then it's about finding ways to make the later stuff as easy as possible. When I got my edits back for book 1 of Bob, the editor had created a document that had like every system message in a list, every character listed out with a brief description. And now when I'm writing, I find that I create that document myself as I'm going, so that it makes it a lot easier for me to maintain consistency as I get further and further into the story. Because when you're 500,000 words deep, you've talked a lot of toot, and you need to be able to not completely contradict yourself, because that's where you'll lose readers if you aren't internally consistent. You can write whatever you like, as long as it's internally consistent, you'll probably be okay.
Yeah. So somebody asked if outlining counts. I usually don't do this because Levi and I have a friend that's written over 18 million words just in world building.
Yeah.
And like, look, if I understand you
Write
really
the
want to do that,
story.
write the story, please.
I,
18
I'm a,
million
I'm a
words.
complete pantser. I don't plan beyond maybe 2,000 words of an outline.
18
But
million words. Yes.
people who have spent that long writing, what? How many? That's like 36, 48, 72 novels worth of world building without
Yeah.
actually writing a story. That's insane.
Yes.
Write the story.
Yep. I think
So that we call that analysis paralysis. And if this specifically that just like got you, then the thing you need to understand is you already know enough to write the book. You know it. Just write the book, please. If you're analysis paralysis, if you need more information, great. If you're researching a historical event, I understand. If you want to see how other people did it, okay, that's one thing. But write the story. I cannot critique a blank page. Does that make sense? So you have to have something, even if it's bad. If it's bad, like I did 6 drafts my first book, right? Now I'm doing 2 drafts, but like, give us something.
yeah, you got to be okay with sucking for a while.
Yeah.
It's where almost all of us start. There are very few unicorns.
Yeah.
They're called unicorns for a reason.
Yep. All right. So tell us, without naming any names or giving any details, what is the best scam story you've got? I can start. Um,
Yeah.
Please.
so back in the Immersive Ink days, shortly after I became a mod, um, I was tasked with watching the people that joined, and we got an influx of like 10 to 15 scammers a day all of a sudden. And some of them were like normal acting people, like they'd blend in, and then they would start conversations with these scam bots, and we're like, what is going on? This is very strange. So a bunch of us did some digging into it, and we found out it was actually a company that had an actual address in London. They were just a coordinated group of professional scammers that targeted our server, and were trying to scam as many people as possible. It's very bizarre. We finally ended up rooting them all out and banning them, and they gave up. But yeah, that was kind of that
Damn.
was the weirdest one I've run into.
I apologize on behalf of my nation.
Listen,
We aren't
mine
all
is gonna compale in comparison to that because I had someone asking me about they want to connect with other authors, and I'm just like, oh great, in my Facebook DMs for the publishing house, and I'm like, oh yeah, sure, like we're writing books, and they're like talking about writing, and I'm just like, they're like, oh, I've written this, and I'm just like, I know the book series. No, I know the TV series that's based on the book series that you supposedly have written. Why are you talking at me and to me in broken English on Facebook Messenger? And they were pretending to be the writer of the 100, which if you ever heard of it was on
Oh,
I think on the
wow.
CW, and I'm just like, what is the game here? There's no reason that this person would need my money, but I'm very intrigued as to why you think this is going to work.
I had to ban BV Larson from the guild. It wasn't actually him, obviously, but I read a bunch of his books back in the day. It's a sci-fi like apocalypse where alien robot ships arrive on Earth and they're programmed to find pilots and stuff. I really loved the first 10 or 11 books. So I was like, whoa, I know this dude. That's not him. Like he doesn't need to join the guild and try and yeah, no, not him.
Yeah, I
I
hate to
suppose
say.
my
Oh,
other favorite.
go ahead.
My other favorite is the tag team scams that you get. you get someone who LARPs as a famous author, but at the same time, a scam account has joined. The famous author account contacts the people and says, "Hey, you know, if you want to promote your book, like this is the guy who made me so successful." And then they point you at the scam account. So it's kind of it defrays the risk on the scam account to an extent, but yeah, wrangling bots and scammers is just it's a plague on the community, and the simple reason is, um, KU bucks is a gold mine. It's like the old west where you're out to find that lucky strike. But the people who went out and prospected and took all the risks, and most of them they died broke. But the people who sold them shovels and picks, those guys made out pretty well, and they stayed nice and safe in the city. So the scammers have kind of figured out that dynamic, and that's what they're doing, unfortunately. And it's only because the genre is growing so much, and it's well, with DCC, it's starting to push into the mainstream.
Yeah, that's huge.
So
let me ask this one here. Ohm Weaver, who's definitely not all from me, as someone who's just starting a serious go at writing, what's the best way to integrate with the writing community? So, critiquing somebody else's work, going to the beta threads, and like asking for feedback, talking to people, doing some of these events that we have, making some enemies, making some friends. That'll help you out a lot. I always suggest having like a small Discord server of like 3 to 5 authors that you are like in a writers critique group of that are around the same level as you. So as you get better, like you guys advance together. That's my go-to. But like beyond that, I would say like using the D&D example, you can do a one shot where you critique somebody's work once, and then like they critique yours, and then if you guys mesh really well, then you make it a more long-term, ongoing relationship. Don't make frenemies. Don't make frenemies. Make work wives.
Making enemies is kind of unfortunately part of the deal, especially for mods, for people who run servers, because you've got to ban people, and the people who you have to ban don't think they did anything wrong, even though they really did.
Yes.
So if you take that kind of a role in the community, you're always going to make enemies. But with regards to progressing within the community and networking, I would suggest Serastream's mentor program is a very valuable resource that anyone can take advantage of.
It's free, completely free.
Yeah.
Yep.
My mentor program, it launches twice a year. His is every day. I'm not mad at him for taking all the people that got banned.
I'm not surprising.
So do you want to talk about Pop-Up? So
Yeah,
we all thought that Pop-Up was a bot.
Oh,
he was absolutely he was. That was not a human being. I swear to, like someone
he's a lovely human being. He just did not understand what he needed to do, and we all thought he was a bot, and we were all watching him. We're just like, what is he doing? Because everyone else on the server was a writer, and he was, I'm here to read, and we're just like,
yeah. I can't even keep track of how many quote unquote readers we've banned at this point. I'm actually gonna, this is not a surprise, I've warned everyone, I'm gonna pop Yuffie up here as a special guest.
I was warned, and yet I'm still not prepared. I'll get there. I'll get there.
Don't think any of us were prepared either. I think you're in good company.
While she's preparing, I just wanted to slightly embarrass her and just say that Yuffie has done the lion's share of all the work behind the scenes to make this happen. And we greatly appreciate it.
Okay.
I want to say the lionesses share because they actually do more work than the lions.
Oh, that's true. Sorry. Yes, correct.
Okay,
so
I turned on the camera.
Hey, there we go.
Hey,
I'm out of questions in our list, so if anybody has any questions or anybody else has any ideas what to talk about, go for it.
how do you feel as being the God Emperor of the forum? Have you let the power go to your head?
I mean, I
People keep
didn't get
saying
the
this.
benefits package to sign off on yet, so can I reserve for like I'm really looking for quality of life and at this point in my life, if that makes sense. Like, you know,
The best that we can
I'm
offer
allowed to
you
ask for
is
that, right?
the best we can offer is just mild
Severance
disapproval all
package.
the time.
A severance pack. That golden
Like
parachute.
mild disapproval that I can give, or you're just going to give me mild disapproval for whatever I do.
No,
Or both.
just
That's
from
fine.
random people. Just random
Oh
people.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll every time I do a everyone ping, I already expect that for the ping itself. So I'm good. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, everybody, if you saw the brochure, it's been final. The last 20 versions have been final. I did not end with FFS in the title. When I posted it, I had to take that out. But yes, there is a brochure for this event. So please check the announcements in the forum for the whole shebang. There's about 16 pages of our guests and bios. Really great people shared links to what they talk about, what they're going to talk about, what they do. So that's another way to network is see who's talking here. Check out their website. Check out what servers they hang on. Make sure you join all 3 servers too. You're here in the forum today, but we're also, Royal Road Writers Guild as well as Weave Reverse, and we're going to be moving around. So you might find a different flavor of community. We all are brother sister servers, but you might just find one where you vibe the most. A lot of times, time zones make a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
So you might find somebody, you want to really look for somebody in your time zone, right? Like when I have free time, I want to be able to talk to somebody. I actually end up talking to a lot of people in the EU. I don't know if I'm disassociating from my day job. I am, but I don't know if I'm doing that in the moment when I'm talking to someone. But it's really good to just, figure out if you can find somebody when you pop on.
All right.
Yeah.
So this group is not officially ran by Royal Road. Royal Road is a corporation. We are just all basically most of the people here post on Royal Road, and we decide we want to talk about it together and like combine our efforts so that the new office when they come in, they are not like in the shooting in the dark, right?
Yes.
The numbers go up. It's going to be its own like separate thing from the other servers.
Yes.
If yes, I know we talked about this, Milk. So just let me know.
This is a loose coalition of friends doing stuff for fun.
Just the community trying to help.
Yep.
The community. I keep having to deny that I work for Royal Road. Someone actually reported me on Royal Road because they thought I worked there, and I wasn't mean, but I was aggressively honest with them on Reddit and in the guild, and they tried to flag my Royal Road account because they thought I worked for them. So yes, none of us are officially affiliated with Royal Road. And it's just the community coming together.
We
There's a couple of questions here.
I have eaten yak meat, so in a way, I am a yak in that. If depending on your beliefs.
Isn't that
So
more for the definition of a cannibal?
Maybe I don't know.
Different culture. Sorry. Yeah.
Did you eat the yak heart? That's
no,
the question.
It was
Nope.
yak jerky.
You're fine.
It was very dry and not very good, to be honest.
How quickly should you story fulfill the promise of genre tags? So you're looking at the number 22 on deck building, Rising Stars.
Hey,
so I would assume within the first chapter, I like to do my stuff in media res, which means you kind of like join the story in the middle of it. If you're gonna basically, people are reading your story because they want to get something out of it, and especially with genres like dungeon core, they have a very specific thing they want, and they want you to fulfill all those things. How much ebook should you have before looking for a critique? 2,000 words. Done.
Seems reasonable. No, yeah, I was just gonna say with getting started in the action, we live in a TikTok world now. If you're not grabbing people's attention in that first paragraph on Railroad, you're gonna lose them. Like, people have incredibly short attention spans, myself included. So, yeah.
Another factor is the web serial format. You need to end every chapter in a way that makes them want to wait a day and then click the next one. You can't indulge in 3.5 chapters of stuff that happened 1,000 years ago before you actually get to the story. So it is much more helpful to start in media res than it is to do a huge chunk of setup. As satisfying as setup is as a writer, and how you want to sort of build the character, it's just not super effective for the format of a web serial where you're releasing chapters daily or weekly or whatever.
My plan
Yeah.
is all the extra stuff that I write, I just throw on Patreon for people who really, really want to know.
Yeah, so you kind of get to earn those like 1,000-year back chapters, like just by giving the story they want, and then like, okay, you've done 10 chapters, I can go do a chapter of like flashbacks to like when they were whatever happened back then, or like introduce new protagonist in book 2. That's 30% of the story. Who knows?
Switching POVs is kind of dodgy as well, unfortunately, just because
Yeah.
you should be ending most chapters on a cliff of some sort. And if the reader is then waiting 24 hours or over the weekend or 2 days to get the next chapter, and then you skip to someone else, you've kind of shafted the reader. They're not going to be happy. They want that story. They don't necessarily want something else that's not entirely directly linked to the progression of the story. So POV shifts are something that I regularly counsel should be used in moderation and generally sort of later into the story.
Yeah, I want to hear about the hot big bad evil guy who's dating the heroine, but like, do I need to POV switch him every chapter?
And do you want to make your readers wait another 48 hours before they get what they were there for anyway? Like, it's hard to write one character that people fall in love with. Trying to segue others in there is even harder.
Yeah. I think that kind of speaks to the fact that a lot of serial stories are meant to be, it's meant to be easy for the reader to self-insert themselves.
They've got no sunk costs. Like, if you buy a book, you're going to skip the crappy chapters just so that you can say, well, I bought this book, I'm going to read it. But on a web serial, they're only paying you in time and attention. So if you abuse that and don't give them what they want, I think there's it makes it very hard to keep retention high from chapter to chapter. Sorry for rambling.
No, you're fine.
No, that's the purpose of the panel. So there is a good guide. I think Milk has it about how to release on Railroad. So maybe Weaver, you can go read that after this, and then ask around about it, especially in some of the chats. But start where you think the story should start, and then if you have to go back and edit it later, you'll edit it later. Famously, there's one person who wrote like 27 chapters before they got to the action and where the story is supposed to start, and I was like, you need to cut all that, start where the story starts. And he's like, but is it necessary? I'm like, no, you're gonna lose them all.
It's so hard to do that.
Yeah.
It's so hard to say, look, man, this isn't going to work. Yeah, it's great, but it's probably not going to work. Same with prologues. Don't write a prologue, or if you do, just delete it and write chapter 1.
Or save it for
Um,
Patreon.
Yep.
Or a reader magnet.
I mean, and I'm a complete hypocrite on that front. Six Souls had 2 prologue chapters, 4,000 words each. So I literally like, but it was a mini story that was entirely focused on the MC in the run up to the events that were triggered by his isekai. So I think the main problem with prologues is people just don't do them right. They want to write that epic battle 1,500 years before the main character's even born, and that just doesn't work on a web serial. Well, or it's a very hard sell.
Here's a good question. What, in your guys' opinion, is the biggest obstacle to an author's success? I know what it is personally. It's not finishing books. This is a long game. If you don't give up and you keep writing, you will eventually find some metric of success.
What is success, right? So like if you're like, I want to be a bestseller, okay, that might not happen. You might not be a household name, but you could finish a book. You could finish like 20 books and you could enjoy them immensely. I enjoy all my books. Like I wouldn't write them if I didn't enjoy them. I'm sure Freddie would say the same thing. Like, and her biggest obstacle is the people that try to tell her that she should be writing something more on meta when she's writing something great. And also like I have pitched her many really weird ideas that she has like written fun chapters about.
I would say the misalignment between what you want to do and what other people tell you, especially so in my day job, which I won't get too much into, but I read a lot of satisfaction feedback in the industry I work in. And I can tell you without a doubt that there are 3 types of feedback. I really like the book. Thanks for the feedback. It is actually a Harvard business book, but basically it breaks down feedback into 3 things. It's either kudos, telling you you're doing great. It's benchmarking, but it's benchmarking from the point of the person giving you the feedback. It's not necessarily your benchmark. It could be your benchmark if you guys agree on that and have a certain relationship or determine what that relationship is. And the last part is coaching. Coaching is the rarest feedback you get. Coaching can be wrapped up in kudos. Coaching can be wrapped up in benchmarking. The problem is trying to figure out what that feedback really is to you, if it aligns with your bench and what you need the feedback to give you. And the last part of this is knowing when to walk away from the feedback. And if it's somebody you know, it's going, thanks for the feedback and no, instead of but no. I know that sounds really crazy, but it is a totally different tone in which you say thanks and no, I'm not making changes versus thanks, but, which may change your relationship. So I think the biggest thing is knowing what you want to do and get out of your own writing. And then when you go looking for the feedback, or are given feedback, you are the most powerful person, right? You are the feedback receiver. And most people take feedback as the feedback giver is the most powerful person, right? It's actually you. You can decide what to do with it. And if you don't want that feedback right now, or you can't deal with the feedback right now, but like I said, I dealt with a lot of satisfaction feedback. And most people try to take feedback without really analyzing where it's coming from and where it's going to get people to go.
Whenever I'm very mean to someone whose story I'm being asked to critique, I always make the point of saying it's just my opinion, man. Like I'm just one dude. I have my own preferences, biases, prejudices. I I am not an example of the market, and I think that's really important to bear in mind whenever you get any feedback. It's always just some dude's opinion. It's not necessarily categorical or broad. It's personal.
All right. I got this one from It's Matt. I have a question regarding how to develop a compelling resolution to a story, considering the fact that lit RPGs start. So one of the things you might hear about our genre, one of our genres, lit RPG and progression fantasy, is that some of these long series never end. My suggestion is, it doesn't have to be a perfect ending, but it has to kind of like be like an ending that makes sense. If it's not at bare minimum, it could be a thematic ending as well. If the ending doesn't make sense, if it's like off kilter, then yeah. There's a series called Lightbringer, which is 5 books. It's by Brent Weeks. It ends, and I was like shaken because of the way it ended. It was so off tone with the rest of the series, and I'm just like, Brent Weeks, what are you doing? This was amazing. How did you do this to me? But like each book was a good, satisfying story. The first 4 books were amazing. It was just the last 50 pages, just like, what did you do? I, uh, and then my other feedback is write some short stories and get a feel how they end, and then you'll get better at writing endings.
I'll second the short story thing. I've done a lot of the short story competitions that have been run on Discord, and it has helped me immensely.
I hate endings. Writing endings is such a it's a chew. I don't plan. I don't like do outlines. I don't do any of that stuff. But for endings, I do tend to sort of sit down and try and work out um, where I want it to end up and how I want to get there. It's not extensive, but I will for the ends of stories. I will sit down and try and sort of pre-plan it.
Yeah, you should have like an ending in mind for the series and where the characters want to go. Um, but like one of the best things you can do is kill a character when they're halfway through their resolution of their character arc, and like they could have had so much potential. That's a great way to do it. Kill your darlings halfway through their arcs. But like if you're not thinking about where you want these things to end, you probably should. Maybe the next book will you consider it, but like eventually, like, are they going to become the God Emperor of the Forum? Are they going to become the Yak Milker? Like, what are they going to be doing? Right?
Can we not use the phrase "yak milker," please?
Just for you.
It was Theo's
This is
idea.
the way it's phrased is that I'm the product of Weaver milking yak, and that's possibly the most terrific thing in the universe. I am not that. Sorry, I lowered the tone. I
That's
apologize.
all right. I forgot what I was gonna say now.
One thing I can say about endings in terms of, again, sorry to bring up the day job, which I won't tell you, but one of the things is when we do quality improvement projects, right? You know where you are. If you have some idea where you want to go, the middle is actually the last thing that happens. If you plan that way, some people are pantsers and that's great and everything. But if you find yourself being more of a plotter, which some people are, not everybody, if you follow quality improvement rules, those are the 3 questions. But people tend to do the where am I? How do I get started and where do I end up last? You actually want to switch those two to like just like when you're planning a trip. I'm here. I want to go to Paris. What do I got to do to get to Paris or whatever? If you're a plotter, pantser probably not going to work. But just one of those things about those endings is switching those 2 questions around so that you filled in the middle last.
So I wrote a book series. It's called Caravan of Blades. My goal was at the end of book 1 they would have an airship. It took them until the end of book 3 to get an airship, and then things were really like rolling by the end. So like right with the end in mind. So there's a book is called Writing into the Dark. Um, it's a combination of pantser and plotter, right? So right with the end in mind of both the character arc where you think the character's going to be and the plot arc where you think the overall plot's going to be, and you can the ending will make sense because you're going towards it. It's when things come out of left field, the Deus Ex Machina, the thing that where like the God puts his hand in, and it's like, oh no, this ending Lightbringer, like this is what actually is supposed to happen, right? Um, and I said there was some comments about like maybe Railroad's not for me, but like 16% of Railroad is science fiction. Um, one of my favorite stories there is a story about an anthropologist in Monsterlands. Like there are great things there that are like off beaten path. It doesn't have to be on the meta. It could be, but it doesn't have to be.
It's also just a great place to post your work for feedback, or just to practice posting and writing on a schedule. Even if your end goal is publishing on Amazon, um, it's a great in between stepping place for that.
Yeah, I think the Write-a-thon does a great job of encouraging people to get into good writing habits so that they are knocking out the words per week or per month so that they're committed to producing content. But with regards to being off meta, Royal Road, you probably won't blow up. You won't get a huge Patreon, but you will get a bunch of free beta readers who will go through and pick your story apart and help you fix it. And that's all you really need. And then you go to Amazon where the real market is. I say it, well, I haven't said it for a while, but I say it fairly regularly. It's the kiddie pool, Royal Road. I think the monthly unique users on RR is about 500,000. There are 5 million people with Kindle Unlimited subscriptions. Although Amazon doesn't actually tell us how many there are because they're shady, well, they keep that close to their chest. But there's at least 5 million Kindle Unlimited users. So you're talking about a 10 times audience increase just on AU. And that's not even counting paid purchases.
And they're paying every month for this privilege.
Yeah. It works great for our genre because most of the people who read our stuff, well, for the meta for Royal Road are voracious readers. They will just sit and, 10 bucks a month for infinite books is a good deal for them, Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
or like guys like me who every month I have another credit on Audible or Libro.fm. Like, what am I buying this month to listen to on my commute? And I think we should probably end here with what is the hardest part about transitioning from Railroad to Amazon. Has Bob gotten onto Amazon yet?
Not yet. It's why I'm so stressed and grumpy at the moment. That's another 3.5 weeks or so, I think. So yeah, everyone, you can expect me to be a complete ass for the next month, say. But yeah,
you gotta make
on the 16th.
You got to put it together. You got to have a good cover. You got to have a great blurb. We can help you identify if they're bad, or can help you like brief an artist. But you're the one that has to like in the end be the art director of your own project, right? So like you might not like you're never going to feel ready to release it, but you need to release it anyway. Like the enemy of the perfect is the good. What is it? You can't
The
wait
enemy
for
of the good is the perfect.
Yeah.
The perfect is the enemy of the good. That's von Clausewitz. Yeah. I think another thing to bear in mind is that just like most writers can't write good blurbs, most of us aren't terribly good at judging art and things like that. So it's worth respecting professionals who are experienced in that, but that takes an element of trust.
There's also some wisdom of the crowds where if you've shown your blurb to like 100 people or 20 people and they're all like, this is trash, or they're like, hey, this cover, then that's telling you something.
Yeah, I tend to write 6 blurbs, stick them in a GDoc, share them in the guild. Then I'll take the 2 that I produce based on the feedback that I get over to the library or the forum, and then I'll refine that based on the feedback I get there. Then I'll take it to Ceres' server and I'll refine it based on the feedback I get there. It's an iterative process, and most writers aren't good at selling stuff. Writing is a very different skill to marketing.
Very different.
Yeah, like I will happily, whoever's here, like I will happily look at your blurb and I will take another chop at it. You just owe me like if you actually publish a book, I want a copy. You know.
All right. So I guess if we're wrapping up, so the next panel is going to be in stage B. If you have not received the NGU attendee role yet, you need to go to the role selection channel and click on the emoji in the role selection that will give you that role, and you will be able to see stage B, and we will only be pinging that attendee role moving forward. We will not do another everyone ping. So thank you so much for coming, and we'll see you in the next one.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
Okay. Our hearth. Okay, welcome everybody. I think we're live. We are live. Welcome to Numbers Going Up. Excited to be here. I am the moderator tonight. I'm Rec. I write Lit RPG. I'm on Roll Road, but I also run a podcast called Beyond Quests with Rec on YouTube. So you can catch me, and Pop and I team up every month. So yeah, I have a great panel here. This is a community panel. We actually kind of picked our own topic, so I'm excited to get into it. We're talking about cultivating your own path, motivation, consistency, and finding out what works for you. I know that's something that all of us probably need a little bit more advice on. So we're going to get into it. I'm going to ask each of you to go through and talk about, just do like an intro. Who are you? What genre are you writing? How long have you been at it? And what pulled you into this community? So I'm going to pick a different person to start each time. This time we're going to go with Shady. We're going to have you start us off.
All right, sweet. Yeah, so it's Shady Crazy Man. I'm writing lit RPG and progression fantasy. I got pulled into this community because I started posting on Royal Road just into the void, as one does, and finding all the difficulties that come with being a new writer. I started last August, and then trying to find an audience and thinking people just come to you when really you need to find them where they're at. And so I joined the different discords associated with Royal Road because that's where all the good advice is.
Yeah, it makes sense. there's a few discords to join. All right, Yuffie, why don't we have you take us next? Genre, how long have you been at it, and what pulled you into the community?
So I am a self-certified adult and small author. I actually write satirical isekai / reverse isekai. I actually didn't start posting on Royal Road until somebody told me about it. And I'll tell you, I didn't even get a Discord until somebody said, "You hit Rising Stars." And I said, "What's that?" And they're like, "Oh, sweet summer child." And then I got invited into this. So I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't know what I'm doing, but I'm old enough to not pretend I know what I'm doing anymore. So that's how I got here.
Love it. All right, Abby, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, I mean, I've been writing since forever, and I aimed for traditional publishing first, and I realized I don't like giant, epic, humongous series all that much in the traditional publishing space. So I went on to Wattpad, and then I found my way to Royal Road. I'd been recommended Royal Road for years, and I kept ignoring it like a fool. But I finally got on it around 2023, and my series did well. So there's book one of my series, published by Podium, and the whole series is out on Audible and Amazon, and it was number 4 on Rising Stars back in 2023-ish.
Nice.
And I'm gearing up to do another one soon.
Exciting.
Yeah.
And my air just kicked on. Can you guys hear it? Are we good?
No, but my air has been going on too, so hopefully.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hearth, why don't you go ahead and take us away? What genre, how long have you been writing, and how do you get here?
Are you guys hearing me clearly?
Yeah.
I had to switch to my headphones real quick. I've got kids outside. I like adventure. I write adventure. I was writing on Royal Road for a little bit. I was writing like a caveman isekai kind of story called Before Bronze. It's not on Royal Road anymore. I took it down to restart everything. But on Royal Road, I found out about Royal Road guilds. They weren't very active. Was it called Royal Road? I can't remember what it was called. But I went across to Immersive Inc. at the time, and now I'm in the forum. Did I answer everybody's questions?
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. All right, so we're going to get into routine and consistency. What I want to know is, what does a writing day actually look like for you? Are you a routine writer or more of a chaos goblin that wakes up in the middle of the night to write? So we're going to start this time with Abby.
Yeah, I'm consistent. I mean, I write every evening and every weekend with, rare exceptions. I usually set aside like 2 or 3 hours, and I do have a day job, but I don't have kids. So, yeah.
And I just realized, Theo, did we miss you on that first question?
You did.
Oh.
Yeah. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and answer the first question and then also talk about consistency? So how long have you been here? Yeah. What genre are you writing? How long have you been here? And what pulled you into this community?
I am writing, I guess, lit RPG, but I'm also starting to get into a little bit of progression fantasy. I have been a member of I've been a member of the forum since it started, but I got kind of pulled in after launching a very, very off meta story onto Royal Road. Tried to join the Writers Guild. I think I actually got into an argument with Milk, decided that Discord wasn't for me, found Immersive Inc., and I've been kicking around ever since. And now somehow I'm a counselor here, which is an admin. As for consistency, my big thing is that, you know, it doesn't matter what time I write. Because sometimes it'll be, I'm writing in the middle of the day, middle of the night, whatever, as long as I'm writing something during the day.
Okay. Yeah. So less chaos. A chaos goblin, a consistent chaos goblin. All right. Yuffie, how about yourself?
So I'm probably older than the average Royal Road author. I also write a lot less, probably. I'm in a sandwich generation sort of situation where I've got parents above me with health concerns, and I'm also raising my son, and I also work full time, but I'm also exempt from things. So, I mean, I work a lot of overtime and I don't get compensated overtime pay for it. So, when I write, I have to plan my time accordingly. So, my consistency is making sure I plan. I have designated time when I can, and I don't beat myself up when I can't. That's how I look at it.
Yeah,
He
sounds
looks
like you
pretty
need
young. It's the yeah, looking young. It's the hair color. It's really hiding those grays.
Yeah. All right. I Hearth, go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember what the question was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's one of the problems with these panels. Yeah, when they're big. All right. So the question is, what does a writing day actually look like to you? Are you a routine writer or a chaos goblin?
Chaos, pure chaos.
Yeah.
Um,
What does that look like?
So, I have a book, right? For every story that I write, I have a little notebook, and throughout the day, I would write a sentence or two, whatever inspiration. Sometimes I see something, it looks cool, I'll write that. But I could one day I would write like 400, another day I could write like 2,000 words. It's just dependent.
Are you writing every day?
Yeah, I do write every day. Into the notebook, I write every day. Not every day I log it into the story itself because a lot of times it might not make sense. So most of the time when I'm writing a story, I'm actually just trying to make sense of all the scattered ideas I got over there.
All right, Shady, this is to you. Are you a
Hey.
chaos goblin?
No. I like to write in order, so I always just start from chapter 1, go to the end. But outside of that, for the day to day, I try to be as consistent as possible. I mean, the last 2 weeks, I had family in town and we went on vacation, so I haven't written. So I feel kind of bad saying, yeah, I'm consistent. But I try to always start the writing session off of reading, usually about a chapter or two in the genre that I want to write. Just because there's so much material out there, and try to catch up. And then after that, I'll usually try to get one chapter done, which is about 2,000 words for me. So I try to at least do that most of the time. Some days I don't, and then I'll just end up writing some snippets for world building. Like, I really want the story to have flying, colorful birds or something like that. But consistency I think is key, because when it gets rough, like you have 2 weeks of activity and you can't write at all, those consistent days help give you room in the bank to not feel as maybe guilty that you didn't write.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so we're going to switch gears a little bit. This is more of like a pantser or plotter. Do you outline or discover as you go? And has that ever blown up in your face? And for this question, we're going to start off with Theo.
Oh, I am 100% a pantser. The characters that I write are just chaos gremlins that just do whatever they want in my brain, and I'm forced to write it down. Otherwise, they'll, feel my skin that I rightfully stole myself.
Has that ever blown up in your face?
Oh yeah, all the time. Usually when I write myself into a corner, like I hate writing fight scenes. So I generally work on no fewer than 2 stories at a single time. And for the last couple of 3 or 4 days, both stories have been stuck on the start of a fight scene because I just couldn't bring myself to write it.
Yeah, that makes it tough. All right, Yuffie, how about you? Are you a discovery writer or an outliner?
I'm an outliner. I I was I always say, where do I want to start? Where do I want to go? And the middle in between is where I'm filling it in at the last. But I'm also newer at writing. So when I started doing the plot and thinking, and somebody asked me how many books you can have, I'm like, I don't know. This is posting on a web serial. I don't have to worry about that. And then I did have to worry about it. And then I had to tell somebody how many books I thought it was going to be. And I may have said 3 when it's 5. Yeah, so I'm a plotter, and then Levi's in the audience. Then I shave the yak.
I love it. I love it. I love how, both of you are kind of the opposite spectrums, but it's blown up on both of you in different ways. Yeah. All right. How about Ihearth?
I love pantsing.
Yeah.
But I'm also a pantser. I like just writing a story and see where it goes. It's never really blown up in my face because it just when I share it to other people, they actually enjoy it. They never know what's going to happen next, which is beautiful. Because I never know what's going to happen next until I write it. So
there's a reason for that.
nice. Yeah. And unlike you, I like writing action scenes. But the thing is, I spend a lot of time setting it up because I don't like an action scene that just everybody just doesn't feel anything at the end of. So I'm gonna spend most of my time. I would write the action scene first, and I'll say like, all right, that's a cool action scene. Now, what's the point of it? And then sometimes I could just work my way back from the action scene. But then again, I got accustomed to just writing a story at the end of the story and then working my way to the beginning of it. Yeah, my mind is in reverse, man. It's all over the place. It's not the best. I should not be teaching people how to write. Yeah, I'm gonna screw it up.
Harness the chaos. All right, Shady, you're up.
Hey, so like I said, I started writing last August, so I've had some time to experiment with it. I've pantsed some stories, I've plotted some stories. The plotted one I'm actually going to release in August, which will be fun to see how that does. But I would say I fall in between, and I like to call it planting. Essentially, like you plot out a bunch of these little seeds, and then you pants to see how they sprout up and grow into the actual story. And so it's creating these like individual moments that I'll pants in between. And I think that's probably pretty similar to like what a lot of the plotters do. Is just a kind of how I like to think about it in my mind is panting in between the plotted moments. And I think planting is like a fun way to think about it.
I haven't heard planting before, but I love it. I'm gonna
There you go.
steal that term if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Yeah. I always tell people I pants with milestones, but yeah, planting sounds way better. All right. How about Abby? What's your take on this?
Yeah, I'm a plantser. I have a whole video about it on my YouTube channel, and so it's like I daydream scenes and I write an outline based on them, and then I start writing, and then I change the outline as I'm writing because I'm like, nope, none of that is relevant anymore. And then I do some more daydreaming, so it's just like a back and forth. Like I'm like, okay, no, scratch that entire thing. I'm gonna have a whole new like this sequence has to happen first, and then yeah, it's a mess.
Love it. All right. Okay. All right. Next question is going to be for Yuffie. Some writers need external validation to stay motivated, like reader counts, comments, follows, all that shebang. Others write in a vacuum. Which are you, and has that ever caused you problems?
So I do like to be motivated, mostly because I live in a constant state of anxiety where I think that I have imposter syndrome forever because I do. And so I do like a little bit of feedback. I do get overwhelmed by feedback too. I was talking before about how learning to take feedback. So that was the biggest thing I learned about it. So when I actually rarely ask for feedback until I'm in a, safe space. So I feel like safe space feedback's the best feedback, right? But yeah, I've learned not to ask anybody I know face to face for feedback.
Yeah, that can be dangerous.
Yeah, it was really hard to even tell my like first degree family that there's a book. And then I had to explain why there was a book, and I don't ever want to do that again.
Well,
Yeah.
I love it. I get it. Yeah. All right, iHearth, you're up. What about you? External validation or writing in a vacuum?
Vacuum. I prefer the vacuum because I don't. The comments and everything could come at the end of a story because I think there's a lot. Well, if there's
Yeah.
comments coming at every episode or every like how it's episodically released on Royal Road, it could affect the ending of the story. So I'd rather just finish the story than have everybody's opinions and suggestions at the end of the story, so I can just fix the whole thing if there's problems with it. But usually, I don't really need motivation or anything uh, for the story. The story in and of itself is motivation for me.
I think that's a whole nother conversation as to how much you want comments and stuff to affect your story. But yeah, makes sense. All right. So Shady, you've got to answer this question next.
Okay. Yeah, writing just for yourself is pretty fun. At least for me, I like to read stories a lot, and then there comes a point where you're looking for a certain kind of story and you can't find it. And then I find that writing scratches the same mental itch as reading for me, at least. So maybe someone else doesn't enjoy the book because it's written in a weird way, but I still got to enjoy the story from start to finish. But outside of that, I see Professor Weaver in here. He did launch a Palooza, the first one a couple months ago, and I found that that was really exciting because community is really nice for writing. And so we actually at some point, like I kept some of those friends from writing, and I still message them and send them early drafts or like like just brainstorming ideas. Like, hey, like my MC, I want him to do this and this and this. Does that sound like interesting or cool? And they're like, no, that's like you're breaking the convention. Don't do that. What if we try this? And then it really helps bounce back ideas. So writing in a vacuum, I can understand, but having community or friends that are also writers can be pretty helpful. But your friends, so sometimes you run into the problem of like, is this cool? Oh yeah, that's sweet. Okay, great. And then the reader's like, this is not cool. It's because you're your friend. So
Yeah.
you got to also kind of find those not friends, people who have only want to read your book and you're wasting your time if your book's not great. Then they'll let you know.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I have a friend who only lets people who are not in her genre read her books because she wants people.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right. Next up, I've got Abby. What is your take on this?
Yeah, I crave the audience. I wouldn't be a web serial author if I didn't. Yeah, I mean, I wrote in a little corner muttering to myself for a good portion of my early life. And it was only when I started serializing that I was motivated to finish my series. I wrote a 1,000,000-word series. Well, I'd written about 200,000 of it, maybe 250,000 of it before I started serializing. And once I started to run out of chapters and people were like, "Where's your Patreon? Where's the rest of the chapters?" I was like, "Oh, I actually do need to write more chapters, don't I?" So, yeah, that still holds true. And my husband is my alpha reader, and I love reading to him. When I have a new chapter, he's always excited. So,
That's
yeah.
awesome. Yeah, love it. All right, Theo, you're up.
So I don't really even know where I stand on this one. I just kind of, it's a little bit external, but also a little bit vacuum. I have a couple of people that I'll throw, the first couple of chapters at every once in a while, but for the most part, I just write what I want to write.
Do you are you motivated by having it posted on Royal Road? Like, are you checking comments at all?
I don't get comments.
Okay, fair. Has this ever has you so this I'm going to take to the
Hold
crowd,
on.
and if you
My
Yeah, go.
headphones are cutting in and out. 1 second.
It's okay.
All right,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
I'm gonna send this to the crowd of you because we really didn't talk about whether your strategy has blown up in your face. So if you've got like an epic, like, yeah, it blew up in my face because I got terrible feedback and I live on feedback, or I wrote this really horrendous plot line that nobody nobody liked because I didn't get any feedback. Give us your story. Any of you? Nobody. Everybody's strategies.
Oh,
Was that like an
are you
open
talking to us?
question?
Yeah,
My bad.
for you guys. Yeah.
A strategy that blew up in a face.
Yeah.
Yeah, the current book I'm writing, I decided to just write an Archmage book because my friends were. And so I pantsed it after plotting the last one. And I was like, this is going to be totally fine. I've learned so much from the 4 other books I wrote. And then, like, the writer's block wall hit me super hard. And I was like, man, all these promises I made the last arc and a half, I really don't want to write any of them. I want to do something different. But I also made the second mistake of posting it to Royal Road right away for the write-a-thon. And so I'm like stuck. Like, what do I do? Go send an announcement, be like, hey guys, all that stuff, retconning it. We're going a different direction. It's a
Never
draft.
mind.
Deal with
Yeah.
it. Good luck. But it is what it is.
So what did you end up doing?
Oh, I just kept writing it, and the last chapter is today, and I'll post the next one when I figure out what I'm going to do. Because ultimately, it's just a draft, so I'll finish it when I get to it.
Last chapter's like, yeah, about the last 50 chapters.
I may put a poll and see if people are interested in my like plotted like mental brainstorming stuff, and I'll post that chapter of like this is how the story would have gone from here and concluded. But some people don't like that kind of stuff. They'd rather just actually read it.
Yeah. Anybody else have a fun story of it blowing up?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I've done this multiple times where, yeah. For one thing, like I had a character that got killed, I guess in book 4. And yeah, so like the first go around of that, I think it was on Wattpad, the readers got really angry. Like I full on, and I had friends reading it too, and I got a text message like, "Why did you do that? You're a terrible person. Like, I'm not going to read the rest of your series. This was awful." And just full on just like hate thrown at me. And I was like, but I planned it. This was a really good twist, wasn't it? Why don't people like this? And I realized it was because I made her go out like a thug instead of like a hero. So I was like, okay, like she needed a better death. I could still have my death. People were still angry about it. But when I went and I fixed that and then I posted on Royal Road, the reactions were just much better. Because the death was a little more heroic. But then I didn't handle the romance well on Royal Road, and I got a bunch of people screaming at me for that. So, yep.
Yep, that's how it goes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Attention. Our next topic is attention economy. Royal Road can make it look like success happens overnight. How do you stay grounded when you see a fic blow up in a week and yours is doing its thing at its own pace? And I think it's Hearth, it's your turn to go first.
All right. Well, first of all, I didn't expect my stuff to go very high because I did some research on Royal Road before I started publishing on Royal Road for what was like the meta and what was the off meta and all that other stuff. And I found out it. Right. Sorry, I got distracted. Writing adventure stories specifically in the Stone Age era, not a lot of people on the whole enjoy that kind of stuff. So I didn't expect it to do very well on Royal Road. It did a lot better than I expected. It got about 200 fans, which was or 200 followers, which was 200 more than I expected. So I had low expectations in the first place, and there wasn't any other Stone Age stories I knew on Royal Road, so it worked.
Okay. All right. How about you, Shady? If your book is not blowing up, how do you stay motivated?
Oh man, I feel like I'm like the super expert because all of my books are been gradually getting better, but none of them have really blown up, which is fine. And mostly it comes down to setting the goal of I'm going to finish this book or I'm going to write at this amount and staying consistent and just telling that story and always looking to learn from it. So from each one, it's like the first one, oh, I didn't have a launch plan. I just posted it to the void. So I got 20 followers randomly from the new, which was pretty sweet. And then the next one, I did the Launchapalooza and I did way better because I had the launch plan. So I learned something. The next thing was like, hey, the actual writing needs improvement. There's issues here. Either I haven't read enough or I'm writing awkwardly. And so I learned from that. And then the next one did slightly better. So it's like each one's getting better. And so I find that incremental improvement, lit RPG, progression, fantasy of my writing history, I guess, is where I get the motivation, is seeing that general progression and feeling like I'm becoming a better writer and the readers are slowly coming in. Some people get the giant jump off, but you don't see all the work they did behind the scenes before the posted Royal Road. Like they definitely worked hard, most likely, to get to that point.
I think sometimes we distill people's success story down to, it just happened. And that's like just rarely true. Most people put years of work into it, right? Yeah. All right. Well, Abby, it is your turn. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say, like, yes, it does hurt when you see something take off when you think, well, mine was just so much better. Like, it's hard to see that. And it does happen. But I also think there's something, like, we need to realize what this industry is and what is going on. And it's like usually things that are written to market and written to trope, things that are chasing certain ideas do better visibility wise because it's using certain tags. This happens on Amazon as well. This happens on all platforms. It's like, all right, if you write something that's a weird, offbeat sci-fi epic, which is what I did, it's not lit RPG, it's not cultivation, it's not romantasy, it's not any of the hot genres right now. It's just going to not get as much visibility. That is just the fact. Unfortunately, it really hurts when you're the kind of author who likes to do like weird, offbeat, unique stuff. So I'm just experimenting and I'll see if my next one takes off because giving it a few more earmarks of things that are a little more fitting into the meta. But these are just choices we make as artists. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. The numbers going up doesn't necessarily reflect on the goodness of the work that you're doing or the creativity of it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yuffie, how about you? How do you stay motivated when your stuff isn't taking off like you'd hoped? I think you're on mute.
I was because I was afraid about some stuff. But so one thing I'll say is I'm really small. Like I've only written one series that I posted to Royal Road, so take this with a grain of salt. But when I get on, when I'm not motivated or I stop looking at the numbers. I'm a data person, and there's qualitative data and there's quantitative data, and numbers are quantitative. So then I go and I have qualitative data where I have little snippets of people telling me like kudos, and I have a motivation board. I'm very small, so that's what I use to fight the numbers game that's in my head because I admitted before having imposter syndrome. So that's how I stay motivated, and sometimes I just literally walk away, but not for long. And I also make fun of myself in my story, but I don't tell anybody where that is. But I will tell one spot. Chapter 1 of my first novel, not counting the in media res prologue that I actually edited, is hiatus announcement, and that was actually for me to tell me don't take a hiatus on this. If you're going to write something, write it all the way through. Now, have I wanted to take a hiatus? Yes, but what I've actually done is just write a few words a day when things have gotten really bad, and I've experienced some things in my life that I was really not expecting to experience as both a parent and also a child. So that's how I stay motivated, is looking at the comments and not the numbers.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So I think readers don't understand sometimes what power they have to keep, just like that one comment of like, oh, this chapter really touched me, or whatever it is, somebody's really invested can make a difference. Of course, the trolls know it. It's the people that are out there for forces of good that maybe don't. All right. Our next question is, writing for the sake of writing a skill you developed, or were you always built that way? And Shady, we're going to start with you with this question.
Sweet. Yeah, it's definitely a skill that has to, I think, be trained. Like I started off, all my writing was 2 paragraphs. Reddit, is this good? And you get, the crickets because that's a silly thing to do. But you eventually graduate from that. I started writing the full first chapter and saying like, is this good? Should I write the whole book? It's like building the confidence that like you want to tell the story because you want to read the story, write the story that you want to read. And so that's kind of what I eventually had to learn, that it's like I want to be able to write it and say, hey, I wrote this book. It's 100,000 words or however long it is. And it was definitely learned. There's so many things in the scrap bin that are just one chapters of a book that I dreamed of but never fully written because I didn't have the confidence yet or the desire to just enjoy the act of sitting down for an hour, typing away, and kind of bringing this world to life. So definitely learned.
Yeah. How about you, Abby? Learned or something that you're just born with?
I feel like I'm a born storyteller. I mean, so I went to school for animation. I was going to become a filmmaker. I wanted to be a comic book artist. Like, I worked in video games. So it's like I'm clearly circling something here. Yeah, I'm a born storyteller. But as for prose, that's something you learn. I mean, I think that's something that I read a lot, and I've always read a lot, even as a kid. So I learned from that. Yeah.
Theo, how about yourself?
I started writing when I was like 10 years old, and that work that I wrote will absolutely never see the light of day. So it's just something I've always done. I write just because these stories are stuck in my head and I need to get them out onto paper.
Yuffie, how about you? The question is writing for the sake of writing a skill you developed, or were you built that way?
I would say it's something I developed. So my day job, I actually am, if I said I was a technical writer and I wrote about super serious stuff during my day job, that's very different than what I'm doing here today. And it's actually what got me through the pandemic. So I started in the pandemic writing absurdist escapism, just for me, because that's what I needed at the time. And it's funny, I used to write these stories in my head when I was a kid. The only time I ever published anything was poetry in middle school. And no, you will never ever see it because I found it and it needed to be buried after that. But again, it's a skill that I'm working on, but it's a skill that's helping me with a lot of things. So I would definitely, I also, I mean, I grew up with cartoons. I wanted to be an artist. I couldn't be an artist. You need skill for that and motivation. And I ended up taking a different path, but I'm coming back around. So,
Love it. All right, Iharth, the question's to you.
Yeah, I think everybody's a born reader. I mean, and writer. I think everybody is someone who enjoys creating stuff. It's just a human expression. But just we writers, um, we stay devoted to it. We get lucky, and we know how to make money off of it. And well, uh, and then what was the other question? How to stay motivated without anyways?
No, the question is writing for the sake of writing a skill you developed, or were you built that way?
I think we're all built that way, but you can also develop it at the same time. It's a little bit about and writers are just people who just focus on developing the writing skill. I think I've been if I write today compared to who I was 10 years ago, I would be able to write better because I've been writing for the past 10 years and reading a lot more since 10 years ago. But that's the thing about any skill. So yeah.
All right, so our next category here is leveling up. Abby, you're going to start us off. I'm going to read you the question here. What's a wall you hit as a writer that you genuinely didn't think you'd get through? And then the second part of that is what helped you break through?
Yeah. I had a lot of trouble early on with shifting point of view and passive voice. Those are both my big problems, I think, when I first started out. And I feel like I'm reaching way back to the Stone Age now because this was 20 years ago. But yeah, basically, I think I grew up reading a lot of head hopping books, like Dune is an example of that. Clan of the Cave Bear, like these are old books that are examples where they'll just like shift point of view in the middle of the book, and that's like no longer a cool way to write. And for some reason, that just didn't compute in my mind. I just could not understand that. Um, I went to the Odyssey writing workshop, and the instructor there was a former editor at Del Rey Books, and she kind of like tore me apart with that. She was just like, I think I sent in a sample, and she's like, "You read a lot of Stephen King, don't you?" And I was like, "Yes, is that bad?" And she was like, "Well, you're doing this, 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 and this, and these are all tells, and all the young writers do this now, and what you're doing is just awful." And I was like, "Oh dear." So, yeah, I mean,
Ouch.
yeah.
Yeah, dang.
Anyway, but yeah, like I that took a lot of work, honestly. The point of view head hopping thing, I had to really like sit down and study books that weren't doing it and try to like wrap my mind around how they were not doing it. I mean, I don't know. That took a few years for me to get through. Yeah.
Yeah. Was there a trick to getting through it? I mean, it sounds like it was kind of just reading more what you needed to do, but
Yeah, and honestly, and having critique partners that were helpful, that understood the problem and were seeing it, and they would give me like exact examples from my book. Well, you did it. Right here, you switched point of view, and I'm like, no, I didn't. And they're like, yes, you did. Um, and here's why. And it never made sense, but it began to gel after a while. It was like, oh, I guess, I found it really annoying because, like, I feel like when you're firmly in somebody's point of view, you're saying he thought, he believed, he said, just constantly, and I didn't want to use all those like these like very much telling kind of like, well, he thought this, he said this, and it just felt so repetitious and annoying. Um, but there's ways around that, and I had to learn the ways around that to
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that. How about you, Theo?
So I actually burned out earlier this year, about March. I had been averaging about 2,000 words a day, and I went down to like barely being able to get 100 to 200 words. And I wasn't sure that I was going to be able to get back to the point where I was writing, even half a chapter a day, much less an entire chapter. But I actually wound up getting through that by getting sick for 3 days and not being able to write anything, just taking a break and breaking my consistent record of over 250 days of writing something. But also it helped to I started to edit for a friend of mine and working through his story with him and figuring out what works for him and realizing, oh, he likes my suggestions. That kind of gave me that boost to my confidence that, oh, I might actually be a decent storyteller if I'm taking somebody's already really good work and just making it that little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to say that numbers going up does not say that you should get sick as a coping mechanism for burnout. It was the break that
No,
was
it
important,
absolutely
you
does
guys.
not.
The break.
It was the break. It
Yeah.
was the break.
Yeah. Take a little couple days off. Don't get sick if you can help it. Yeah. No, thanks for that. I love how you said it was like editing that also ended up giving you confidence. Yeah. I mean, yeah, a great breakthrough. Yuffie, how about you? Have you run into a roadblock that you had to overcome?
Um, Time management is really something that I struggle with a lot. I also struggle with fighting with myself. So when those two things come together, and so the best thing that I've actually done is actually, if I'm in my head mad at myself for not having time management, that I can sit down to write, I actually I'm starting to learn to forgive myself, which sounds really weird. Okay. But
No, that's yes, I love it.
nobody else is yelling at me. God has not come down and told me that I'm a terrible person. It's just, but my own voice is like, what are you doing here? Why aren't you? So, there's, learning to self-care is like huge. So I think that's the biggest thing, because there's we like seeing numbers come up, and those numbers are external, and so that we internalize that, if those numbers don't go up, it must be us. But then we're in this huge system that has so many complex socio-technical things that impact us that, learning to go, hey, it's not always you. There's a system you're in, and maybe, just maybe, you're not the only problem or the problem. See, I even had to go that far, right? Like, I'm not the only problem. Like, wait, I might not even be the problem at all. But so that's the biggest thing for me, is just learning to, hey, it's okay to step away for a little bit.
Yeah. It's like I've got 99 problems and maybe I'm not one of them.
Hey.
Right. Yeah. Well, I heard why don't you go ahead? Give us your take. The question is, if you hit a wall as a writer that you didn't think you'd get through, and how you managed to get through it.
Thank God you reminded me of what the question is. I've never really had that issue per se, a wall, but I have had the problem where I guess you can say it's kind of the opposite, where I have so many ideas and just trying to figure out how to make something cohesive of it all. So I guess that can be considered a wall in its own self. And I spend most of the time actually just organizing. You were going to say something?
I was just going to ask how you get through that.
I don't really know how to explain it. It's kind of like colors in my head, but my consciousness knows the colors. So I just pick out stuff that have the same color vibe to it. Like if it's green, if this one is a mix of green, if this one is a dark green, a light green, and if all the others are red, blue, orange, I exclude the others, and then I keep the ones that look mostly green, and then they kind of start making a story together.
That is maybe the most unique explanation I've heard of breaking through a too many idea problem. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, love it. Do you have anything else that you want to share on this one? Any other blocks that you've broken through?
No more blocks, but I think there was a question you had before where I think if you did something as a writer that the audience didn't like or something, like it was a question like that or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't answer that for you in my terms. I can say I don't know why, ever since I started reading, I have a great dislike for dialogue quotes. So when I wrote Before Bronze, I didn't put any dialogue quotes, and some people felt quite strongly about that. Understandably so. But like I've read stories from two authors because I guess it's not popular, but these two authors are like some of the best authors out there. And if anybody has read anything from Cormac McCarthy, you're going to find out there is no dialogues in any of those things. No dialogue quotes in any of his work. And I guess I got spoiled from that because it was the one book where I didn't skip over narration in between dialogues, which is usually what I do when I see dialogue quotes. I just start skipping stuff and go straight to I just start skipping the dialogue quotes themselves. But yeah, that's all I got to say.
Thanks for that. All right, Shady, you're up. A wall that you've hit that you didn't think you were going to get through, and how did you bust through?
Oh man, since August, I feel like the Kool-Aid man with how many walls I've slammed into and had to bust through in this writing journey. The big one that I'm facing down right now is like the biggest boogeyman, that is grammar and proper dialogue tag rules and all these things that seem so silly, like the exclamation point and the question mark have special rules for dialogue. I was like, man, really? I can't just put it in there all nice and dandy. And the way I'm confronting it is just taking my time and actually kind of trying to digest what I wrote down on the paper and fixing it. And also just using the tools and resources that are out there. Like I'm doing Saris's mentor program. And so they kind of read the first 5 chapters and provided some feedback that was structural like that. And so working through that kind of nice feedback to improve the word. And then doing the one thing that I haven't done yet, which is edit a book. I've just been drafting the book once, posting them, doing a new book, and not editing them because it's scary. Because that's the thing that I'm facing down as this wall right now is how in the world do you actually edit a book and improve it once you've written it down? Because it feels like it's done. The story's told. I've enjoyed it. I've experienced it as the writer. Let's go do a new story because that's why I write is to experience the story. So I'm editing now, learning that process, trying to make my English teachers in the past who said, don't just focus on math blindly, pay attention to English. They were right. I was wrong. Now I'm kind of making up for lost time.
I love that. All right, our next question, and we're gonna pick up the pace. We've got a few more questions left, and 15 minutes, so we'll go a little bit quicker here. Theo, I think you're up first. The question is, has publishing on a serial platform changed how you write versus writing like a standalone novel?
It's much faster. I spent so I wrote a science fiction series before before the science fiction series that's currently up on Royal Road, and I think I wrote 85,000 words over the course of 2.5 years, and constantly going back and editing throughout the entire chapters. And once you post it on a serial site, it's a lot more difficult to go back through and change the first two, 3, 5 chapters, whatever, without readers going, "Wait, this didn't happen," if they're already read it.
Yeah, it's like a roller coaster going down a hill. Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, you gotta be.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you gotta be happy with what you wrote when you post it because it's difficult to go back.
Yeah. How about you, Yuffie? How has it changed how you write?
So when I converted from serial to putting it in a book, I had to figure out where to divide the book because I didn't, I mean, thank God somebody told me what to do. But yeah, so now I think about that at least a little bit when I'm writing to make sure that when I finish a book, that it ends at a point that sounds like a, to be continued at least, and not just a, well, now you got to buy the next one. So yeah, I'm learning.
Love it. How about Hearth? How about you? The question is, has publishing on a serial platform changed how you write versus writing just a standalone novel?
It has. It has. I think Theo was the one who said it just now. But it helped me compartmentalize the story much better. No, I'll split my entire. I'm doing with my current novel that I'm writing right now. I split it across 5 episodes per each arc, and I've got 4 arcs. And it helps with keeping the middle really exciting because that's where a lot of stories I notice, even on Royal Road, a lot of stories I notice they start losing fire, losing the heat come the middle, and it'll pick back up coming the end of the story, but um, it helped me really compartmentalize my entire story so that I can keep exciting stuff happening in the middle if I divide it where I say like I'm actually writing 4 short stories to be one big story. So that way it always ends off of like a cliffhanger and keeps people really interested. Yeah, I liked it. It's actually really helped me with my process.
Yeah. Great. How about you, Shady? How has it changed your writing?
I'll say it hasn't really changed my writing much at all. Mostly because just the way I like to think of books, I like to think of where I'm going, and so there's always an end in sight. Um, and I also don't love the idea of posting a web serial and that being like the main goal of the story and trying to get as many Patreon people and extend that for eons, like Primal Hunter, where he plans to write the story for forever because it's the story he wants to tell. And that's, I mean, shoot, if you're making that much money, go ahead, write the story forever.
Yeah,
I would
go
too.
for it. But yeah.
But personally, I like to think of a story as having, a discrete ending that I'm going to get towards. So like most of the books, I know how they're going to end, and it's usually maximum 3 books is going to be the end of it. And even when I go to Royal Road, I still have the exact same train of thought. Like this book is going to end, and even if I wrote a book and I had 20,000 followers, it's still going to end at that ending point. Just because that's the story that I ultimately want to tell, and I think it shows a lot of respect to your story and your writing when you do let stories end and let characters, you know, experience that moment. I mean, that doesn't say books can go beyond three, 4, 5, 8 books, of course, but you know, that's just my train of thought that stories should have endings. Otherwise, it's just I don't know, in existence.
Yeah. Yeah. What's your opinion, Abby? How has your writing changed?
I mean, I'm the opposite. Like I write long format. I really like it. So when I was trying to fit myself in the box of traditional publishing, they always want, oh, we want standalone with serious potential. It has to only be 100,000 words. How dare you write more than that? And I think I threw a fit the first time I learned that when I was like a young writer. Someone told me, oh, well, if you query a literary agent and you have a 500,000 word novel, they'll laugh you out of the room. They're not going to read it. And I was like, really? And I got so angry. I like threw a fit about it. I think I threw my manuscript across the room. I was just so furious.
It was a loud smack at 500,000 words.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then when I realized with web serials, the more is better, I was like, oh, I have found my place. My place in the world.
I belong here. Yeah.
Now it's going to be difficult to divide it up for Amazon and for print. Basically. So there is that. But I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Yeah.
All right. So our next topic is finding your method. And I love this question. That might be my favorite one. We're going to start with, let's see, Yuffie. So I get to pick on you. What is a piece of writing advice that you received that you're like, no, this does not work for me? Because I think we are inundated with advice from everybody, right? And not all of it is good or right for each of us. So tell me a piece of advice that was bad for you.
Your story broke down Royal Road. You should cancel it. You should stop what you're doing, and you should write something different, more on target with what Royal Road's audience is. So I am fueled by spite, not necessarily skill, but certainly spite. But it took me a while to come around to that spite, right? Because that's not what I wanted to hear. So I will tell you right now, it took me a while to realize that some advice, I called it benchmarking and the other thing, I was, and sometimes it's just not my cup of tea, and that's okay. But what happens is you don't have to like my cup of tea, but I don't need to let you spit in it either, right? So that's, but like I said, I didn't get there right away. I'm awkward in person. I'm awkward with feedback. I'm a numbers person in my day job. I do data. I do quality improvement. So it took me a long time to get around to that. But I'm just telling anybody who hears this. I posted in the chat earlier some irresponsible author advice, and my number one advice, I'll post it in a minute, is don't ever take any author advice. You always analyze it first, because like I said, I'm a data person, so I had to think about it, but it hurt. Being said, I do also realize it wasn't coming from a place of like, I hate you and you're terrible. What it was, this isn't my cup of tea, but you have something, maybe just write more on what I like. So again, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
No, appreciate that. I heard I want you to answer this question too. What's some bad advice that you were like, this is not going to work for me?
The only one there's been a lot, but the only one I could remember off my hand right now is they were telling me that I had to know down to when a character was there, I had to know the last 10 years of his life, and I had to know the stuff that's in his pockets, and I had to know a bunch of other stuff. I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I just write the character. The character will figure himself out at the end of the story.
Yeah.
It's worked out. People have liked my characters.
Yeah, fair. Yeah. All right,
No, I'm
Shady.
not saying it. Oh, yeah, never mind.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. We're short on time, anyways.
Yeah. Shady, a question to you. What's some bad advice that you decided not to follow?
Man, that's tough. I don't really consider anyone's advice directly bad advice unless it comes from like a random Reddit commenter. Those are usually pretty bad. But typically it's advice that works for them. And so I take it kind of as was said before, is approaching it as, let me review this advice and see if I can apply it somehow to my current process, or can I bend it to fit it into that? So like before, I didn't used to read before writing until I stumbled upon someone said they always read something before writing as a primer, as like a warm up. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You warm up in sports, kind of warm up the brain. You can either read your own stuff to kind of refresh your previous chapter in your mind, or read something new. So hey, that's what I do. Or like Celero said in the comments, their advice is always to add Fox Girls to the story because it's a niche that, you know, gets a lot of interest. So there's I haven't taken that advice. So that's maybe the first bad advice that I haven't taken yet.
Fair. All right,
One day,
Abby. Yeah, Abby, give us some advice that it just didn't fit for you.
Don't do prologues. My gosh. You know what? Look, that advice does. I think it's true for a lot of writers. But it does not apply to at least my first series. That prologue needed to be there. Yeah, it's set up thing like I have a main character that's very, very hard to introduce because he's so freaking weird. And if I introduced him in his own point of view, you would get the wrong idea of who he is. And so I wanted to have an introduction to him that's in somebody else's point of view, where he's looking like a hero, kind of like a more honestly more balanced point of view of who he really is. So yeah, that, and also that prologue set the tone of the whole series. Like it's a psychologically dark series, and I didn't want people to go in thinking, oh, it's going to be typical winning, 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 no downside whatsoever. No, there's going to be some gnarly stuff going on. So, yeah, and I was even told by an editor to tone that down, and I was like, nope, not toning that one down. I'm glad I didn't. Honestly, it was polarizing. Like readers either loved or hated that prologue, but the ones who loved it, I think, were right for the series, the right readers for the series. Yeah.
How about you, Theo? Some advice that was not right for you.
So the advice I received was your story didn't hit Rising Star. You need to put it on hiatus and work on something else, which was then followed by just post 40 chapters. And if you don't hit Rising Star, move on to something else with that. I feel like you start to lose the reader's trust if you don't finish a story, especially if you're just putting out, oh, here's 20 chapters of this. If it doesn't work out, well, sorry guys, you're not going to get a ending to this ever.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, we are almost at time. I've got one last question for each of you, and as you answer the question, just do a sign out to plug your story. The audience wants to know a little bit about you in case they haven't met you before or not following you on Royal Road. I want you to give me, what would you tell your first day of writing self if you could tell that person one thing? What would you tell yourself on that first day you picked up a pen or sat at a keyboard? And Ihearth, you're up first this time.
Oh, nice. First thing I would tell them, use the friction pen. You're going to be erasing a lot.
Okay, love it. All right, and can you plug your stories? What do you write, and where can we find you?
My story is no longer on Royal Road. You're like 2 months a little late. But once I finish this one, it's going to be done by the end of the year. I'll have it sit on Royal Road for a little bit. It's a pirate story. Actually, steampunk. It's Sky Pirates. So, but yeah, it's. I don't have an elevator pitch. I didn't expect to plug the story today, but it's
okay.
really just a retired admiral gets called back into service by a manipulative governor to hunt down a pirate that's been plaguing the high skies, and he almost dies trying to get this pirate. And there's more stuff that goes on later on. There's a little bit of essence of shipping of merchandise, sentient merchandise, and we're just gonna leave it there.
I love the hook. Love it. All right, thank you for that. Shady, what is some advice you'd give your day one writer self, and then also make sure you plug where to find you.
Yeah, no problem. Absolutely. And it just comes down to just keep writing, finish that chapter 1 and move on to chapter 2 and chapter 3, and just don't paddle around doing chapter ones and paragraph ones and openings for who knows how long. You can find my stories on Royal Road. The next one comes out August 10th. It's a progression fantasy about a character named Amelia who lives in this kind of post portal fantasy world where all these different races were portaled in by some mysterious group who had some reason to do that. She finds herself in a plot to kind of stop these void monsters from eating everything. She gets a special Green Lantern type power, and it's quite a fun story where she deals with imposter syndrome and coming to terms with suddenly being a hero when she was just trying to figure out how to do her day job. So it's a fun story. Hopefully it does well. We'll see.
Yeah, love it. All right, Abby, you're up. What is advice you'd give yourself day one of writing?
Give yourself permission to be awesome. Just be awesome. I mean, like, there's a lot of advice that's going to try to fit you into a box and say, no, you should only do this to chase these tropes and chase these trends. If you don't want to be chasing trends, please don't. I like unique stories, and anyway, that's just keep doing that no matter what other people say. Yeah.
And if we're a big fan after this con, where do we find you?
Yay. Yeah. Well, abbygoldsmith.com/majority. That's the landing page for my published series, which is dark sci-fi, but Galactic Empire Builder. It's epic in every way, and it does have progression fantasy elements. There are powers, and there's a hive mind that they have to defeat. And I'm all about like small people versus an evil empire. My current one I'm posting on my Patreon as I'm building backlog, getting ready for a launch.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that. Theo, you're up. What advice would you give a day one writer?
Well, it's fitting the Weavers in chat. Don't let Weaver bully you into releasing on a certain date, which I'm about to, fail that on July 10th because I set myself a date and I'm releasing on July 10th. But that's the thing is, make sure you have a good backlog. Make sure that you're, not gonna be struggling to get chapters out on time. And as for my plug, you can find me on Royal Road, The One Who Is Odd. My current series is Reality Warp, a classic VR MMO lit RPG, similar to, kind of how the genre really got its legs, but pain is all real. So every time the main character or any of his friends die, they feel every little bit of it. And if you're watching this on YouTube after July 10th, you can find my new story, Born Without Magic in a Magical World. It's a fun progression fantasy anti-magic story that I'm hoping will do good.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right, Yuffie, you are our last one. What advice would you give yourself day one? I think you're on mute. Yeah.
I keep picking up feedback. Sorry about that. Day one advice to me would be, or a new writer would be, you don't even know what's coming. So hold on. And also progress isn't linear. So just understand. Yep. My series, The Last Ray of Hope, is on Royal Road books 2 through 5. Actually, I am stubbing book 2 technically tomorrow. Maybe I'll push it out to the end of the con because I don't know if I'll have time to do it. But officially, it's book 2 stubs tomorrow because it's going. Book 2 is going to Amazon and Audible August 11th. I want to say so. But yeah, Last Ray of Hope. It's actually in my tag name, so I don't forget it.
Love it. All right. Well, thank you all for just joining us tonight. It's been a great conversation. Really appreciate it. Thanks all for the audience. The next panel up is another community panel. What does writing to market really mean? Starts at 7:30 Eastern, and you've got Pop Pop as your host. You've actually got Pop Pop for the next 2 panels, so enjoy that. And thanks everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thanks, Rex. Yuffie forgot Emperor of the Forum.
All right, so I still haven't been able to figure out where my camera is to turn on inside this. So you may just be listening to me moderate y'all, all y'all talk.
That's fine.
Good evening, my people.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, the car's gone.
Stop, both
So,
of you. Stop it. Right now. That's the dogs, not you guys.
It says the stage is still waiting to start. Are we kicking it over or is he kicking it over?
Or am I kicking it over? No, I
You
don't
might
have
be
the
the-
ability. I don't have the ability to start it.
There we go.
There we go. Thank God. It's about time.
I'm dying.
all right. Yaku is low as fuck, damn. So, I think this would be a pretty good discussion. The theme we chose specifically. I gave the idea because the forum is also a server with many newbie writers, and I think this is a very first thing I would tell a starter to think about. Do we start talking about it now, or is it?
No,
Should we wait for something?
we have 45 minutes to talk. I don't know if you guys want to take your time, your own turns to discuss whatever you want. I know that we have everybody but you and Pudding muted right now. So let's go ahead. You guys, I'm just sitting back. I moderate. So.
All right.
Okay.
So I'll start and I'll stop after a bit, and you guys can give your own thoughts to the people listening. So I chose this topic because it's something I personally experienced to a degree, and you know what it means to write to market in a way that fully satisfies what you also want to write. Because it's very common for writers to not want to write fully to market, or they're just not that fond of the tropes that are considered to market. So they would prefer to write off market. But if they also want to make money, it can be a bit demotivating to write off market and not get the results you want or you hoped for. So I've seen it even with on-market writers who didn't think of monetizing their work, and they're like, damn, I'm writing to market, I have a good audience, but I'm not making money. And this is kind of a bummer. I'm losing motivation to write because this is also my job, or at least part of what I hope to be my job. So, as you guys might know or might not know, I wrote Sword Saints Reincarnation. It's my current story that I like the most, and is my best work so far, in my opinion. And Sword Saints Reincarnation was, in the end, exactly what this topic is about. So, I wanted, at its core, I like writing to market, but this time I wanted to write a story about family and redemption. But because I also enjoy writing to market and I enjoy writing lit RPG, I thought, man, I'm gonna try to do both at the same time. I'm gonna try to include on-market tropes and write to market in general, but also write a story about family and redemption the way I want to write it. So I kind of merged both things in my head. I created a story about a reincarnator who regrets his past life and wants to change in the current life. So it's a two-market story, as some of you might have known from reading it. It's, aura farming, lit RPG, yada, OPMC, yada, yada. But at its core, it is a family from chapter 1. It is a story about family and also redemption. So what I try to bring to notice here by choosing this topic, by suggesting this topic, is that you don't have to sacrifice your vision to write to market. You can choose to adapt both things into a single story to a degree where you can feel satisfied by writing what you enjoy writing, but also have a greater chance of making money because you're writing on market tropes. So my biggest advice here is to just, sorry, Pops?
Don't we always, I mean, we come in, we listen to people who are writing quote unquote to market. And to a lot of people over on the Facebook side of things and outside of the discords and the royal roads, that writing quote unquote to market sometimes has a bad connotation because
Yeah.
you are trying to take advantage. Like in this case, now you'd be trying to take really quick advantage of an Archmage series or an Archmage story
Yeah.
to snag it within the 3, 4, 5 month period of time when you think you can make money. So how do you get over or overcome, I guess I should say, the bad connotation of writing to market instead of writing of market, which is for you guys what you want to write?
I think, like, psychologically, the greatest impact is if someone says, you're writing to market to make money, and you can go, no, I'm writing the story I want to write, but it also makes money. Like, you don't have to sacrifice what you want to write just to write an Archmage story. I wanted to write a Sword story, but I made it about family. So, and a lot of readers enjoyed that. And actually, there's this one Reddit post that I like showing that it's a dude saying like, damn, I was really surprised by how taken in I was by the family aspect. And I really enjoyed the redemption part. So it's not necessarily like,
You got a positive comment in Reddit. That's
yeah. Yeah. And so like, so I think if you can say it to yourself and others, no, I did not just choose to seek money or whatever by writing the market. I wrote a story that I also wanted to write, but in a way that it makes money. And I think it's better than just saying, yeah, I wrote because I wanted money and that's it. You don't have to pick one or the other. Of course, you can always write off market if you want, but you don't have to sacrifice the vision you had for your off-market story just because you wanted money from on-market stories. Does that make sense? You can do both to a degree. And of course, how much you can integrate both things depends on the story you want to write and how well it fits within the genre you're trying to write. But I would say that in my case, not many readers would expect a story about a sword saint being about family too, So I think you can do both.
And there's another aspect of when you say write to market, a lot of people have a more narrow idea of what it means to write to market than what there really is.
Yes.
Like a lot of people say like, oh, Royal Road, that's the place where you go to write lit RPG. And yes, that's true. Lit RPG is very popular on Royal Road, but it is not actually the most popular genre. The most popular genre is a much wider genre. You can be entirely on market without writing a lit RPG because the market there's enough readers that the market is actually relatively broad. What you have to really know, we say how to write, we say we're writing to market. What we're really doing is we are analyzing the markets that are available and identifying the ones we actually want to incorporate into our story. And as Ayer said, pick a story with the themes you want and then look at the popular parts of the market and say, what parts of these would work in my story that I would enjoy putting into them? And if you really don't want to make your found family story or whatever about a lit RPG, then don't. But if you can write your found family story as a progression fantasy, that's really on market, go for it. If you're trying to do a found family story and it will only work as like a hard sci-fi story, you're in for a rough ride because, you can succeed there, but that's a hard climb. if you don't have any progression elements, if you don't have any, action or whatever the current hotness is, so you don't, when you're writing to market, you don't have to pick literally the most popular thing on the site right now. I didn't write an Archmage story, and that's what was hot, and I did fine.
Yeah, I think I'd like to classify writing to on market as more actually looking at available tropes. Let's take lit RPG. There's a lot of available tropes that you can write lit RPG with that people really like. OPMC is a big one. System APOC is less popular these days, but still pretty popular.
That's just
it's a traditional big trope. Basically, you're looking at the available tropes for a genre. You're deciding, do I like the tropes of this genre? And I'm going to be a little controversial here. Lit RPG and a couple other genres. I'm also a lit RPG and romance writer, so I'm very big into looking at tropes and analyzing tropes. If you do not like the tropes for a genre, you should not be writing that genre. Because something else important, Dad, about why you should want to love what you're writing, other than the obvious one. Some people are like, "Oh, why I should just write to market and make money." Period. End of story. Why do I have to bother to love it? Readers can smell it, man. They can absolutely smell when you do not care what you're writing about.
absolutely.
It comes across in how you do characters. It comes across how you do world building. You drop a series real fast because it wasn't popular as much as you wanted it to be. Pick the issue. So I think it's more about, people say writing to market. It's more about looking at available tropes to the genre. Do you like the tropes of the genre? Like, I happen to like Cis APOC. So I picked Cis APOC and I tweaked it a little bit, and I liked OPMCs, but I liked a slower progression. So I put that into my story because I enjoy lit RPG. I enjoy reading it. I enjoy writing it. So it's not really difficult for me to pick up tropes that I like within the genre, because it's a very tropey genre, and apply it to my own work and still have really unique, fun things with it.
I would like to complement something that Mark said and also answer a question in chat from Wia. And Wia asked, is if it's more like about tropes or about genre. Tropes make the genre. Like, every genre has tropes, and understanding them is part of writing to market. And different genres have different tropes. Romance has very different tropes from fantasy or other RPG. They're different genres. But the tropes are what make the genre. And the genre's characteristics are defined by the tropes. For example, a very strong trope in romance is female MC, while in ours, it's male MC. If you write a male MC romance story, it's kind of automatically off market. You probably won't do well. But the opposite is kind of true in our genre as well. Like, if you write a female MC, a lit RPG story, you have fewer eyes on it, even though it's more acceptable in our genre, I'd say. But
getting there.
That's one thing. And also, I would like to add to what Morg said about liking the story that you write. The thing is, I've known a lot of writers who did not enjoy writing fully to market, but they wanted money, so they prioritized writing to market to get paid or whatever. But I think it's just very taxing to write a story you don't even like. Books, especially the lit RPG genre, are very long, right? If you're writing a 150K word book and you don't like it, I assure you, every writing session will be both slower and more difficult and even more taxing than just a story that you do like. But if, as I said before at the start of the session, if you write a story and it doesn't make money and you hope to make money, it can also be demotivating. So this is why my advice was to just merge both things. So a story that you like writing, but also one that makes enough money that you'll be satisfied. You don't have to make 300K a year, but you can just enough. You can make enough, and you can like writing that story. In that sense, it'll be even easier and faster to write it because you'll be more motivated to sit down and type those words than if you didn't like the story. Of course, there's some variation, like personal variation. I know some people who don't even enjoy the genre they write in, but they write in it anyway because they make money, and they make a lot of money. But I personally have already struggled with writing stories that I didn't really like. I didn't hate them, but I didn't really like them. And it was kind of a boring difficult task to just sit down every day and pour 2K words of that story. So
Yeah, it's a lot to ask of someone to do that.
How did you
Really hate
overcome
what you're
that?
doing.
So, fellas, I hope you can not give up on writing to market because you have a type of story that you want to write if you want to make money, but you can write to market in a way that you enjoy writing the story. I think that's my biggest piece of advice, and that's why I suggested this theme for this session. Yeah, just think about how difficult it would be to write a story every day for 150K words, and then another book, and then another book. Because if it makes money, you got to keep writing, right?
Also,
if each book,
sometimes now you have to have those three stories to even consider marketing properly.
yeah. So you have this impulse. Oh, then I'm making money. I got to keep writing the books, but you don't even like the story. So each book is just more work that you don't like daily. So if you don't really like exactly writing exactly to market, you can merge the themes that you enjoy writing into an on-market story with on-market tropes, more accurately, so that you enjoy writing it, but you can also make enough money. Does that make sense?
Yes. I also think something to keep in mind is that the books are wonderful and that you can combine. It's not like a recipe where if you combine, salt on top of, I don't know, salt goes with everything. That's a bad example. I don't know. You combine cheese and chocolate or pick a crazy fair food combination from the US, for example. I'm an American. I've seen some wild stuff. You go like, what were they thinking? How is that an edible food? Writing isn't like that. If you can actually take what you like about writing, not like super specific, don't go like, I like this specific character doing this specific thing in this specific place, but abstract it out a little and analyze actually what you're doing. Like, for example, I really like writing a really morally diverse duo. I like writing one character that is like super like pro to helping people and one character that fucking hates helping people. I find that dynamic is be really entertaining. But that's a dynamic you can stick in any kind of story. I very easily drop that into a cis apoc OPMC progression fantasy with a bit of sci-fi. Like so part of it I think is understanding exactly what you write and then analyzing what tropes are available in the genre you like. Seriously, don't write genres you don't like because you're just gonna hate your own life. And then figuring out how you can combine them. And often if you actually abstract your own what you actually really like doing out far enough, it's very easy for you to reapply and reorient.
Yeah, and yeah, it's not a recipe for sure, but like sometimes the things you enjoy writing are things that people also enjoy to read, and in that context of that genre and that kind of story you chose, we work pretty well. Like the family thing in the Reddit post I said, but also I have a very great love for writing morally great antagonists. I do not like black and white characters because, as we all know, humans are never black and white. We are all the shades of gray. Some closer to one side than the other, but every human is gray, not black or white. So obviously, the characters I want to write, especially antagonists, are in that vein. And I think that in Lit RPG specifically, the readers appreciate antagonists with more depth than bad guy with higher level that the MC needs to kill, you know? So sometimes the tropes you enjoy writing also fit in the genre, which is why it's important, as Morg said, to like the genre you write in and that kind of thing, you know? So yeah, sometimes the things you enjoy writing fit in the genre pretty well, and you only find that out based on reader response or whatever if you actually give them a shot and see if the story you want to write also works in that genre. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's also, I'm sorry.
Good.
Oh, I was just saying there's also the fact that this is more when you're getting started, because once you are well established, if you are big enough and successful enough, you can write an off-market story and your name will carry it. So if you have multiple ideas and one of them is more to market, than your magnum opus, go ahead and write the one that's more to market, and tuck the other one aside and work on it in the background, and release it once you have a bit of a name, because trends will happen, and they go in cycles, and who knows, maybe the thing that is currently off market that you want to work on, you can work on it in the background. You get a book and a half done. In 6 months, suddenly it's popular. Or who knows, like I said, you become popular with another story and you release your off-market thing and everybody loves it, and suddenly it's the new on-market. Somebody has to start the trend.
Yeah, I agree with Buddy, but he reminded me of something. It's not really advice, it's kind of a funny fact, I guess. Like, I'm pretty sure all of you know Void Herald, the author. He's writing 100 Rays right now. It's extremely popular because it's also very on market and he's making a lot of money. But Void Herald has historically written many random-ish stories because he felt like it. And
He has
could
the
afford
ability to do that.
Yeah,
because of
yeah.
everything that he's done.
So he could afford to do so, if that makes sense. And
Yes.
so, just on your path, on your authorhood, you may also find yourself in a position where you can write the stories as off market as you want, and it doesn't really matter because you're already making enough money from your own market stories. So I also think something
But you
to
have
think
to be
about.
careful, because even if you look at it that way, an example might still be Matt Dinneman, where he's had been so
Yeah.
successful with DCC, but then he puts out his new book that is it didn't really grab all his DCC fandom. So you do have to be somewhat careful while you're going off market. You have to be prepared for
I know.
a non-success.
Yeah. But I think that when you're in a better position, like both financially and same in terms of renown and stuff, that thing impacts you less. In my opinion, I think it would impact me less. Like, if I already had a successful story and I wrote an off-market story and it didn't grab as much attention, I'd be like, oh, okay, that's fine. I don't depend on this story to grow or be successful or whatever. So I think mentally it's fine, even if it doesn't make as much success. You wrote the story that you wanted to write. And that kind of thing. It was just more of a tangent, not exactly on the theme of this panel, but I just decided to bring it up.
Sib, were you trying to say something earlier?
Yeah, more just wanted to say a lot of this is kind of leading to the importance I have on actually reading reading in the genre you want to write in. Mostly because, first off, if you're reading what you want to write or something that's along the same lines of something that you want to write, then you already know if you're going to like it or not. You already know if these tropes are going to speak to you, if that's the type of thing he's going to do. So I think it's very important to kind of read around, find out what you like before you even really start crafting your own story, kind of find out the tropes and things you want to take, and basically learn from what other stories did and basically build off those tropes and use them in your own writing to basically make something that you want to write that is also incorporating things that are more on market.
I agree. It's go ahead.
I was just going to say I 100% agree with that, and sometimes that even will inspire you to what you want. My first big hit, Neophyte, if you look at it, the first chapter is a shout out to the story that inspired me to write it. The story is not the same as Neophyte, but I clicked on that story expecting one thing, and what I got wasn't bad. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't really what I wanted out of it. And I was like, well, okay, I'll write what I want that's similar.
Obviously, Morgs finds something exceptionally funny.
I find that funny because I feel like every author goes through that. God knows I went through that, where I've read, I really love lit RPG, I really love romance. I am forever disappointed that not enough stories combine epic explosions with kisses. It's like my saddest thing ever. So I have read
Tell
many
Rainy
books.
Pigs. I'm sure Rainy can, Rain will add something somewhere.
But there's not enough of them out there, so I got sick of it and I began writing it myself, essentially, where I had my epic explosions and progressions and kick-ass skills and systems, and then also, a character dynamic I really enjoyed. But it's just funny that that's what got you started, Pudding, because I feel like that's relatable for a lot of writers out there. The this is good, this is not what I wanted. I'm sick of not being able to find what I want. I'm just gonna go make it myself.
which is in and of itself a trope, similar to what you find over in romance. With the misunderstanding or the misidentification. You will go and you start reading, and you'll see, I could do better, or you'll find, where is this story? This story's not here. That's the best one. That's the best one, to find the story that has not been written that you can write. And that becomes your perfect writing on market and to market at the same time.
And you realize now, Mords, that I'm going to have to write a story about an anthropomorphized explosion that falls in love with a human, right?
Okay, please do. I will absolutely read the shit out of that, and I will shout you so many times.
All right, guys.
So many immunities are going to have to be in that story.
I fully agree with everything that was said, especially what Sib said about reading in your genre. And I can't believe I neglected to say that. If you don't read in your genre, you don't even know what to market means in that genre. If you don't read the genre, you don't know the tropes that people like. If you don't read the successful stories, you don't understand what made them successful, so on and so forth. One of the editor, Grayson, he's my dev editor, and he once said in a review that I seem to have an intrinsic understanding of the genre. That's just because since I was 12, I read lit RPG and progression fantasy and things like that. So if you don't read the genre, you don't know what to market means in that genre. If I go write romance right now, I would probably brick really hard because I don't read romance. I don't know what makes a romance story good. I like me some romance in my stories in general, but romance as a genre has tropes that I do not understand. Like romantically, for example, it's always the ordinary MC girl who is secretly very talented or very special with a very special bloodline, and there's this one very cool dude who suddenly becomes very into her, and there's a lot of sex and maybe some dragons along the way, that kind of thing. But I don't read romantasy. I don't exactly know what works in that genre. I haven't read Fourth Wing, If I write romantasy, I would brick. So read the genre you want to write in and understand what it means to write on market in that genre. Yeah.
Well, I'm just glad that Milk's not in here to hear all those brick analogies. I mean, Cassidy. I'm sorry, Cass.
Oh, it's so funny.
Guys, I did not mean brick that way. Please.
I know what you meant.
I'm talking about the comments. Guys, please.
I can't see the comments. I'm going to have to go look at the comments. It's probably a good thing I can't see them at this point.
I mean, it's one of those things. One of these days, I'm going to write a little dissertation on how actually lit RPG and romance are the same genres, but no one knows it yet. Fun fact: shadow powers are incredibly popular in both. Don't do it, Erebus. Swear to God, I'm not clicking that.
Now, where are the comments? Where the God damn it? Once Erebus starts commenting, I want to see it.
Anyway, shadow daddies are wildly popular in both romance and they're not called shadow daddies in lit RPG, but give it.
They're not be.
I mean, shadow powers, void powers. Pick the issue. We got a bit off topic. Oh, I wanted to add to the reading thing. You should read analytically. Reading analytically is way different than actually just reading for fun. I've been reading Primal Hunter in a really serious kind of way recently, where I've been pausing and breaking down with with my partner who's listening with me at the same time, and we are breaking down exactly what tropes he's doing and why he's making the decisions he's making. And I think it's a really important way to actually get into a genre that you love and really understand how and why it ticks, is to do that kind of work. Not just read passively for fun, but actively engage. You go why is the author making this decision? Why have they chosen this character trait? What are they trying to accomplish? One of my favorite things is to pause and take a guess at what I would do. And if I was writing this exact scene, and sometimes I write, and sometimes Zogarth makes a totally different decision, and I'm like, oh crap, that's brilliant. Anyway, so
One of the audience actually brought something up that is indirectly important. They said they tripled their audience when lesbian romance was added to the tags. Now, I'm not saying write lesbian romance. I mean, if that's what you like, go ahead. But there are people who are reading like progression fantasy, lit RPG, whatever you want to, whatever you may have a like of that you are willing to write to, that are underserved with their particular subgenre. And if you can identify that, that's where you really take off. If you can identify what people are hungry for and just not getting enough of, I think that's what happened with both of mine. Neophyte was a world builder, god protagonist, and there aren't a ton of those to begin with. So it's an underserved market, and City involved clones, and there's not a ton of good clone stories. So if you're confident with your skills and you see, either there's not a lot of these stories, but the ones that are there seem to be very popular, or if you, are, or if you think the ones that are there are just bad, and they still are getting an audience, then and you like it. You have to like it. If you don't like clone stories, don't write a clone story. That's a terrible idea. I didn't know clones were going to be popular. I lucked out there. I just wanted to write a fantasy Bobaverse.
So yeah, guys, as I said, enjoy the story you're writing. I do think that you should read analytically, and as Mark said, it does help, but not to the point where you don't even enjoy the story you're reading. If that makes sense. Like it's happened to me. I always, since I was young, I always read stories just because I enjoyed reading them, and some of the tropes and characteristics just stuck in my mind, and I just incorporated that into my writing. But I also read analytically, and it does help. But if you take it like too far, you kind of forget to just enjoy the story, if that makes sense. Like those successful stories are usually successful because they're also good. Often, not always, but often. So just think about what you're reading, but also just enjoy the ride. Private Hunter has like what 17 books. You'd be on a real journey. Maybe it's 15 books. Anyway, Zogarth is a machine. Sometimes I sprint with him. I'm faster. So just enjoy the ride. Do think about like what I enjoyed the most in reading Private Hunter was like the skill selections and some of the skill descriptions and give me ideas. But just read a little bit, but also enjoy what you're reading. And to answer the comments, I a romantic incoming. Watch me. I will write the best romantic you've ever seen. She'll be a really ordinary girl, and the one cool dude will be really cool.
No. Flip the tropes, Ayer, because like Duke Carino got like no, seriously. Like if you go read Duke Carino's works, fantastic. Some of my favorites.
Oh
They're
yeah, I
definitely
think
written for.
Yeah, I remember that one.
He writes. He basically takes all the romantasy tropes and then flips it. So you got ordinary dude and kick-ass alien princess shadow goth mommy kind of vibe going on.
I remember that story. Yeah,
and he's very popular. So you could do that. That's a lot more.
If it works, it works.
I mean, you realize there's already a gender flipped Twilight, and it's written by the same author.
Really? Damn.
I didn't realize. I knew it exists. I didn't realize Stephanie Meyer wrote it. That's funny.
Yes, Stephanie Meyer wrote a gender flipped version of her same book, of her own book.
So, Morris, where is your cis APOC romance?
Me or who?
You.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Sorry, I was like, is there another one that's out there that I can read? I got excited. It's on Royal Road at the moment. So okay. I never hit RS. I got really close, but I never hit RS. So
That's okay.
it's
There's
been
some
a
on
slow
RS that I'm
climb.
not going to read, so it doesn't matter. You don't have to
Okay,
be on
so
RS yet.
for a good example, I love me some good romance in my stories. I write little RPG, and I don't give a shit. My stories will have romance always. I don't care
Mhm.
because that's something I like writing. And bottom line, if people don't like it, they don't like it. I will still write romance. So yeah, it kind of leads into the thing I said about enjoying what you write, not necessarily just to market, just to write to market. But yeah, it's a good example.
Yeah, and I
Yes,
think.
Abby
Sorry, go ahead, Aaron.
says Zogarth is richer, but I'm still faster.
But I was going to point out, like, kind of like your point on romance. I don't. This is degrading a little bit, and I've degraded it. I'm sorry. The side note: if you notice a lot, if you hunt like at the Reddit and like, because I like to watch Reddit, because I like to see what readers are looking for. Romance is very divisive in RPGs. You got people who are actively like hunting for it, which I think circles back to Pudding's point about niche hunting. And I think there's real value in that. Like finding out little niches that are definitely tropes that are enjoyed and liked that you happen to enjoy. Like that way you'd be writing to market in kind of a different way. You'd be writing not to maybe a bigger market, but you'd be writing to a niche market. And that can often be just as not just as successful, but fairly successful. Like there's a lot of authors out there who make a crap ton of money writing to specific niches that they enjoy that are maybe not as wildly popular, but they still do quite well.
Yes, this niche thing can be both very impactful and sometimes even kind of funny. Like, I'm not sure if you guys saw that story. It became kind of a meme on the internet because it's just so absurd. But it's called like Morning Glory Milking Farm. And it's a Minotaur porn niche. And
I'm aware of the Minotaur farm.
Yeah, the Minotaur farm, and it made a lot of money, and it's literally Minotaur porn. So I think there's a niche for everything, and sometimes you make more money than you thought you would. Don't write Minotaur porn. I do not support that, but niches.
I mean, there was that one guy who thought, oh no, it ended up not being the case. There was one guy who went really popular. I thought he was writing lit RPG Minotaur porn, but apparently he just marketed really poorly. What was that? Doesn't matter.
It's the staff. It came up in chat. It's called the staff, and it's by Wild Rabbit.
Everything about that looked like lit RPG gay Minotaur porn, man. He marketed beautifully for that. Do we have any questions, by the way? That someone maybe more qualified than I am can answer.
Okay, my bad. I should not have mentioned Minotaur porn. That was on me. Sorry.
Yes. There's time.
Questions.
We got 6 minutes or so.
Questions, fellas. Anyone want to ask anything?
And ladies.
Yeah, fellas is gender neutral. But
I know. I'm just being a boomer.
and Sib,
trying to keep everything pronoun safe.
And Sib, do you have something to add? Because you've been kind of quiet.
Yeah.
We've been talking over you.
Not much here at the moment. I think most of what my thoughts have been kind of covered by other people. So, yeah.
Cool. I just wanted to make sure we weren't talking over you.
No, yeah, you're good.
I know there has to be questions. I'm looking at the audience.
Okay, so
There's
Yak
no
said.
way that there aren't questions.
Yak asked, when writing up to market, how many books do you give a series before you drop it if it's not doing well on the Zon? I think it's subjective, but if I were to give an objective answer, sometimes books don't truly pick up, series don't truly pick up until the second or maybe even the third book. So if you were looking at it from a financial standpoint, I would give it until the second or the third book, like in a rapid launch, like 3-4 months between each book. 3 of them, and you watch the performance. And if it's not up to your standards, then yeah, if you want to drop it, I guess. But I would give it until the third book to really make the decision. Of course, if you for some reason really hate writing that story or whatever, you can do it earlier. But I would say give it to the third book.
looks like we got someone asking. Falcon asked, "What are ideas of how to get your story noticed?" Which that's more of a marketing question, but I guess we can talk about it. I mean, social networking is super important. People will talk about shout out swaps, and they'll talk about all that sort of thing. And networking is part of that. Like if you are engaging with other authors a lot, for example, then they will be more willing to check out your story and shout you out and give you a boost and that sort of thing. Like anything else, like I hate to say it, but in almost any profession, and this is a profession, who you know is super important. And authors, that's there's no difference in there. I mean, who you know is important. And we're actually lucky in this genre that a lot of the big authors and even the publishers are very approachable people. Like we like talking about our hobby. We like talking about our books. So you can just go to some of these big authors and say, "Hey, check out my story about like a corgi who becomes a death god and like hunts dragons." And I can guarantee you that if somebody wrote that story, then half of the big authors will be like, "That sounds really cool. Let me know if you need a shout."
Well, it also comes down to the fact that they are willing to assist almost at every level, and we could tell if we recall back, even just go to the MA time frame where you have Sean Hall, you have Sean Wilson, you have so many authors who'll be more than happy to help to review. I've known people who would send a alpha level to an author and he turns it back and starts helping them get up to a beta all by themselves without any consideration for the time involved. So that's something you will not see necessarily on fantasy or maybe romancy, but in lit RPG and progression fantasy and our genre, people do it all the time. So you just really have to reach out. I mean, this one example was this morning, Brian Norton was in the Writers Guild popping advice when asked. He's a pretty daggone big author, but it's not past him to help out.
I also
So-
recommend Saris's mentorship program. Apply to that. There are a lot of big authors that float around Saris's server that are
Yeah, they do.
occasionally happy to hand out shouts. And of course, you get a lot of fantastic advice from Saris and the mentors themselves. So
Good point.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing up Saris.
Yeah, Sarah streams Discord. Not there are two Sarises on Royal Road. Be sure you're talking to the right one. But
Sarah Streams.
Streams is the one we're talking about. The other one writes mostly fanfic, and they're really good.
Yeah, and they're good. I think they're over in Mango. So Sarah Streams is published there as well. So and they have they have strict guidelines for the mentor program. To get in and go through that, they have applications and whatnot. If we're dealing with way back or way down in the creation process or the author formation process, so you have to do your timing right for when they're looking for people. And I found comments. I figured it out. I'm so proud of myself. Damn it. All right, so right now it is 8:15. Yak, are you in charge of? Okay, so we're gonna keep going till 8:30, or do we have to have some time to? Oh, we go till 8:30, and then I have dogs behind me. It's just, and I'm allergic to cats, so no cat memes.
Something I wanted to shout out briefly because we were talking about it earlier. Series have two big breakpoints where they get popular. I believe, according to most people looked into it, it's book 3 and it's book 6 actually. So
Stop. Don't worry
Depends
about
how
me.
far you want to commit.
I hate to tell you this, Klaus, but I just can't go turn around and find Tonic's books on the shelf. They're kind of like down below somewhere. I have like lots of books.
Hey, I'm not even in the right. I'm not even in the same state as my house. I'm actually double conning it. I'm being recursive for all of you. Like, I hope you appreciate it because I am currently at a convention, coming to this convention to do a panel.
Are you serious?
What convention are you at, Pudding?
I'm at Origins Game Fair.
Okay, you're in Ohio right now.
That is correct.
There you go. Yak wants to know, what are our projects? What are your projects that you're working on right now since we have 15 minutes or less?
All right, sorry guys, I was busy with a flash. I'm coming back. There's some health issue. Nothing to
Ooh.
worry about. Yeah. So sorry I couldn't interact. What projects are you all working on right now? I am writing both my stories to keep launching on Amazon with a thought.
I'm going to have to put my microphone off for a little bit.
Yeah, get the dogs under control. Let's see. I do have another project in the wings, but currently I am maintaining Neophyte at 3 times a week and City at 3 times a week, and I am still putting out my Stellar Vessel Draconis Space Dragon Starship story that didn't do as well once every 2 weeks and more if I can manage it. So obviously my progress on the other story is pretty slow right now, but I do have one coming out that I am working on and it will eventually release. And it is a overpowered MC romance with dual timelines that is also weak to strong. And it's complicated. I don't expect it to do well on Royal Road, but it seems like it might be pretty Amazon coded, so I'll give it a shot.
That did sound extremely complicated.
So, It's Matt asked, how do we generate a compelling hook as most readers read the first chapter, and if they don't find it interesting, they don't continue? I think it's dependent on how much practice you have, honestly, on writing in general. But I think for advice, it's like, so the main thing is that you want to make the reader keep reading. So you have to both establish like the introduction and also what the cliffhanger for the first book or for the first chapter, and deepen the story just enough. So actually, to be very frank, my first chapters are usually much longer than the ordinary chapters because but like if my ordinary chapters are 2K words, my first chapters are like 4K just because I try to do it perfectly. But honestly, I think it's a matter of experience. I'm not sure how to give better advice.
There are a lot of different takes on how to do this, and again, if you have some success already, you can drag that out a little bit if you have some success already, because your readers will be more trusting. But you really shouldn't, even if you do have that trust. You should generally establish at least the question of what the book is going to be about, and if you can, establish what the book is. Like if your main character has some like awesome unique skill that the system has never seen before, establish that it is unique, establish that they are the only ones who have it, establish like how it can be interesting or how it's not interesting. How, like, are they unhappy about it? Because if that drives a lot of your characterization, obviously you want to establish, like, well, why is this one skill that I just got and it's the only skill I'll ever get, why is it so bad? Like, you know, establish that. And generally you want to have that. I mean, jokingly, I've had great success in killing off my main characters in the first chapter. That's always worked for me. But but more seriously, yes, you need to establish, if you have a system, if you're writing lit RPG, have a status window somewhere in the first chapter. Now, these are general rules. There are people who literally don't introduce their system for like 20 chapters in, and it works fine for them. But that's risky. Like, it can work, but you're taking a big risk if you don't follow these general rules. So if you don't want to follow these rules for some reason, just be aware that you've got to have some other way of keeping the reader reading up until you get to that point. It could be, you know, just the character interactions of, like, you know, maybe they're like, you know, maybe they broke up with their girlfriend in first chapter and like there was something suspicious about the way it happened or something. At least give them something to keep reading. You want some sort of tension from chapter 1. This is on Royal Road. If you're going straight to Amazon, the rules are different.
So, did you have something you were going to say?
I guess bringing it back to, I was going to talk about the current things I was working on. As of the moment, I'm sitting in my superhero niche still, writing a bit on the book I've published to Amazon, which is Revenant. And then also working on a new superhero lit RPG that I've been having a lot of fun with and should be coming out with soon.
There you go. That'll be a lot of fun. Someone said something about foreshadowing. I'm terrible advice for this, but I'll give a stab at it anyway. How do you do foreshadowing in your story? I'm a pantser. I'm a true pantser, as in I know the end of the series, I know the end of the book I'm working on, and I know nothing else. The way that I foreshadow via pantsing is I leave myself a lot of Chekhov's guns. I will float little concepts in my chapters. I think, oh, this is cool to add, that I can then cite back later when I need a panic resolution for something. As an example, I gave my character an infection in one of my early chapters in the series, which I then later used to help defeat the big bad at the end of the series. Did I have any ideas when you do that? No. But how do I had written the infection and how it's like weirdly it melts things if you vomit and things like that? It's weird. Was usable later when I needed like a thing is like, what can the character do? What have I established? What have I given her already as like things that are part of her, like, frankly, character sheet? Even outside of skills. So my advice is that you leave yourself little like floating nuggets that you can promptly grab later, and then you remember what those nuggets are, so you're not panicking. This might not work for people who are proper outliners. This is just my advice for pantsers and people who kind of wing it. It's a general rule.
Yeah, if you're one of the people who writes the entire book before you even start posting the first chapter, you can put the foreshadowing in whenever you want. But if you're a true pantser, and I'm a partial pantser, I actually will pre-write some sections, and so I know I do have some opportunity to foreshadow. But a lot of how I get from point A to point B is very much just made up on the way. Usually I do, actually. Abyssos. Yeah, if you use any of the world building tools out there, World Anvil has a specific word for what Morg's said, and that's called a seed. And it's a trick that tabletop gamers use quite a bit, is they will like just leave something that they're like, this could be useful for a story seed later, and players being who they are, sometimes they chase after it and sometimes they completely ignore it.
Yeah, I treat my characters a lot more like TTRGB people. Oh, sorry, Air.
So I am very much a pantser. Like, I pretty much don't plan anything. I just have a general notion of where I want to take the story. But sometimes I just think of something that makes it seem like I planned it, but I didn't. So I think in general, just write in a way that you don't have to decide what everything is immediately. And as you write the story, you naturally get more ideas, and it's what happens to me. Like, I don't know. So taking an example from my story, Source Sense Reincarnation, like from the beginning, I mentioned that the Empire was starting wars against the rest of the continent, and things were getting kind of dangerous for the rest of the population. And I left it at that. Like, I had not yet come up with a reason as to why the Empire was even doing that. I just said, bro, the Empire's at war. Boom. And as I kept writing and developing the story, I came up with a better reason as to why the Empire was doing that than just like, I don't know, conquest or whatever. So if I had to give advice about it, if you are also a penciler, if you're an outliner, I guess it doesn't really matter. But if you're a penciler like me, write in a way that you don't have to decide everything at the same time. You can keep writing the story and waiting for the ideas to come as you write them. For example, I only decided that there would be another continent with Night and Aura like 2 books in, but it worked. So yeah, just don't get too concerned about making every decision about the story at the same time. Yeah, you can just keep going, and at the end of the day, you can write the book and just edit the entire book before launching it or whatever. So it's not the end of the world, even if you don't do that well with your developments.
Yeah, if you do a lot of editing before Amazon, you can definitely add better foreshadowing in it as well. It's web serials with foreshadowing. It is very, very hard to do, and sometimes you've put some in there and you using the whole seed idea like Morgs and such and Air talk about. But then when you go to Amazon, you go back and you make it a little more interesting. You can do that. Look at me talking like I know what I'm talking about. I don't have a book on Amazon yet.
I do have books on Amazon. That's basically what I did. Just relax. You don't have to decide everything at the same time. Keep writing, and if you have to, you can go back, edit the book before you launch it. It's fine. It might take an extra few days of work, but it's fine. It's not the end of the world. You guys will be fine.
Yeah, Alex put up another one. Is if you accident one thing you can do is if you accidentally put in a plot hole, see what you can do with that to actually make it something interesting. And instead of being a plot hole, it's foreshadowing.
Yep. No,
Heck
I
yeah,
just
now
did
you
that.
tell me.
I just did that.
Now I'm gonna go against the grain here. Like sometimes I was posting a railroad capture chapter, and I did in the comments said, "Yo, this yada yada yada, it's a plot hole." Sometimes I just go, "Damn, sorry, bro, I'm gonna fix it," and I kind of retcon the past chapter to fix it. Like it's not that deep. I like having comments because sometimes they point out something I let pass by, I didn't notice. But yeah, you can adjust it before you launch or whatever. Well, you can also turn the plot hole into a narrative aspect, like Pudding said. You can do both. Depends on what you want to do with that added story, added story point.
Yeah, don't take your story in a direction you don't want just to fix a plot hole. Don't do that. Just admit you made a mistake and fix it in post.
I do the first thing first, right? Usually, I've been called out by readers a couple times, and I'm like, oh shit. But I occasionally will go like, can I fix this? No, first I go, can I fix this by writing in something that fixes this and making it something interesting or not a problem or a plot hole. And if I can't, and I don't, or I can, I don't like the direction, then I admit the mistake. But I usually make the attempt to see if I can integrate it in a fun way first before going like, haha, sorry. But it depends.
All right, yeah. You
we're
here
at
to say
the
something?
official end time for this panel. You guys are welcome to continue talking and answering questions if you want to hang out. But the YouTube stream is going to switch to the away message, and then we will be starting the next panel in about 15 minutes. But thank you, everybody.
Thank you. So
Right,
thank
thank
you,
you,
Ayer,
guys.
Pudding, Pop Pop.
It was wonderful to meet all of you guys officially now, other than have tier lists. I have ceded control of the tier list to people who know what the heck they're doing. I'm just here to make sure we don't do anything really naughty. So go. Have fun.
All right. I'll take over. So I have the tier list shared right there. Just to start off, I'm Drim. I currently write Self Summon and am releasing Fiends for Hire that will be done on Amazon next month. So why don't we just go around real quick and introduce ourselves? Falcon, why don't you go ahead?
Hello, I'm PW Falcon. I mainly write Portal Fantasy right now, and I've been in the writing space for a little while, but I'm kind of more getting out there more and trying to meet more people and try to attribute what I've learned to help people.
Lucian, go ahead. Can't hear you.
You're muted.
All right. Well, you figure that out. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, for me, my name is Tommy Williams. I write under the same name. I primarily write a fighting game inspired fantasy series that has 2 books out, soon to be working on the 3rd book right now. And the first one is actually entirely free on Amazon right now. The series is called Counter. And I'm just here to start talking about some tropes I picked out.
All right, Crow.
Yeah, my name's Stale Crow, and that's the pen name I write under online. I'm currently working on a fiction, The First and Last Emperor. It's a system epoch that I started about 3 months back. Gained some traction. So looking forward to ranking all these tropes. There's a lot. There's 63, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but System APOC is the only one that really matters.
Yeah, so all of us submitted some tropes. So I've arranged the tier list. So hopefully we can get to everybody's tropes here. Lucian, how about you? Did you get your mic working? All right. Guess not. Still can't hear you, man. All right. Well, while Lucian works on that, we'll go ahead and get started. So basically, we're just going to take a look at each of these tropes, say what our opinions are. Maybe if we have any writing experience with any of them, and we're just going to rank them based on how we feel about them and how we feel they work well in writing and lit RPG and genres like it. So the very first one up is Animal Companion, which is a lovely picture of Princess Donut. Thanks to Stale Crow, by the way, for getting all these pictures for us. So I guess I'll start. In my personal opinion, I think Animal Companions are pretty great. But there are a lot of stories out there where they don't do them well. Where, it's just they have them just to have them. Like in Dungeon Crawler Carl, obviously Donut's, a core character in the story, and it wouldn't be the same without her. But there are just so many. It's just like, hey, I have a fox companion now. It's there. We'll point to it on occasion. So I'd probably go A or B tier. What do you guys think?
I'm a fan. I'm an S tier on this Animal Companion because it just from a writer's perspective, it does so much for you, right? One, you're instantly like giving a connection to the audience in the form of like a lovable companion. It's not like with a human. If you were to like give a human companion, everyone instantly is like, "Hey, Lucian, we can hear you now."
Yep.
Now you can hear me. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Everyone is very like.
Yeah,
they could be harsh, but an Animal Companion allows like more like naive, childlike whimsy into a story. I feel.
Yeah. Yep, that's fair. And it immediately becomes the character where if they die, everyone hates the author and the story forever, and so they immediately have the most stakes compared to any other character. So I would say A tier personally, but if you guys want to go S tier, that's fine.
I'd be
I
fine.
say it. I say A tier also because I mean, who can hate an animal in a story, right? Everyone, many of our favorite characters, even outside lit RPG, animals, dogs. I mean, the obligatory trope of when you see a dog get introduced in the story, there's a good chance. Hopefully, they'll make it to the end, but A tier for me.
It works pretty well if you want to sell plushies and stuff.
Oh yeah, there's always the marketability
Plushie
aspect.
is always good. Merch is important.
All right. Well, I guess we'll
You
go.
gotta remember.
A-tier.
You gotta remember. Donut is the main character, not a companion, not a side character.
Yeah, that's
fair.
true.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's a
So next
manga.
one up, we have a side character POV for an epic fight, and the example here is Dragon Ball, where the characters are fighting, but it cuts to side characters. It gets their reactions, gets their POV, shows how they're feeling and how blown away they are, or they can't believe the main character is doing something crazy. How y'all feeling?
I would say
Sorry.
closer to B tier because it can go really hit or miss. Like I grew up watching it, like the perspective just to kind of give you can help you understand what's kind of going on better if it's definitely like a unique out of worldly thing. However, if you're dragging on too much and if you keep cutting from it, it actually could ruin that moment and that main perspective.
I would definitely agree there. If I think they can be interesting and amusing, you just get some other perspective. But if it cuts away too much, it can definitely detract from the actual fight. Any other opinions?
Yeah, I'd say the same too. That I give it like a B or C tier because even within anime and manga, it's usually used for the sake of if something's not clear enough, just in the art of the manga panel itself, you have someone directly say, "Oh, he's shooting a blast of fire towards whoever they're fighting," so the reader can clearly tell what's happening. But if we're reading and we're directly reading what's happening, it needs some serious justification to commercial break an action scene to other people during a fight scene. Maybe if there's some giving it an alternate perspective, something new that the characters in that scene don't know, or if something else is going on at the same time as the fight. Like those are all good reasons, but there needs to be a genuine reason for why we're pulling the fight away from the people who are in the fight, because that's ultimately what we're reading for at that moment.
Yeah. All right. So what are we thinking about a C tier?
I actually would say agree with C tier. I think Tom was right because we're writing, not watching. So you can only have so many perspectives about one subject.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay. I did not think you guys would put it so low. I have it in my S. Just because there's so many unique things you can do with a side character POV, done well. It's astronomical what it can do for a story. Obviously any trope done poorly is fucking garbage, right? But if it's done well, especially later on in the story, book one, it's kind of I'm whatever. When they're close to the echelons of power, though, I love a good side POV. I'll put it in B though. I can live with B.
Yeah. I think an example that does it both great and terribly at the same time would be One Piece, where every 5 seconds you're getting reactions and cutaway shots. But that's just the anime doing a real terrible job. But at the end of every arc, you get the cutaways to all the characters, the people they've helped so far reacting to it, where you get their insight. So I think that's where it does it really well. But it also in the action it does it horribly. All right. So, but I'd be fine with B tier.
Yeah, I think also one good example I can think of is in Dragon Ball during the last fight against Majin Buu. As Goku's fighting, it somewhat cuts to Vegeta's perspective, and he gives a whole monologue about oh yeah, Goku, you really are number one, this and that. And now it's a core beat for his character, so it's extremely necessary. Because if you cut that out, it's not really it's needed.
All right, so moving right along. Next, we have Harem. All right, So growing up, I was late teens, early 20s. I really liked Harem, but I was just a young, naive young man, and now it's just it sounds exhausting. Both as a writer and a person, just to keep up with it all.
Well, I saw it kind of the evolution of it. Back then, in the 90s, it was far more balanced. And it was it wasn't over obsessing most of the time. Now it's you have one male character and there's 5 to 7 female characters. And it's just what do you even do with that writing plot wise?
Yeah.
Where do you go? No matter what, it's going to be either nothing happens or everyone's going to get a heartbreak.
Yep.
I want to shout out a particular line from the comments right now. Someone said F tier means something different when it's harem.
Yeah.
No comment.
So, yeah, I'd say a lot of it is just the poor execution of the girls or boys. It's just a lot of the time they're basically just cardboard cutouts of stereotypes, and more times than not, it's done pretty poorly. I will say the one time I've seen it done really well is an anime called The 100 Girlfriends Who Really Love You. There's a lot of reallys in there. Basically, it's written by a woman who basically just adds like every harem stereotype ever, and it's basically just a satire on the genre, but it's actually a good romance story at the same time. Like completely unbelievable, completely unrealistic, but it takes harem and just goes crazy with it. That's the one example I would say that's really good, but overall I'd probably say D or F.
Let me put a caveat on that. That story was designed around that. I would say that would be the exception.
Yeah, that's definitely an exception. But it's just an example. The only example I can think of immediately, I was like, wow, hey, this takes harem and it does something amazing with it.
I think D is a good pick for it because usually if you name harem in a regular sense, the way people will immediately look at your story is kind of like, but I wouldn't put it F tier because it's not like, oh, you put harem, trash tier.
And I will say, just from a writing standpoint, there's a big market for harem still. Like, there's a whole harem.
It wouldn't be in every anime.
Yeah.
Go take a look at Pivot Press. Go take a look at harem-lit.com. I mean, it's all over the place though. And people, even, top tier authors are releasing or coming out with their spicy names. So outside of Royal Road and Discord, it's still pretty big.
Yep, I know some big authors who definitely have alternate pen names and write harem, they write smut. There's definitely an audience, and you can definitely make a lot of money for it. But in this genre in particular, it usually doesn't work out great.
Everybody wants the fantasy.
Yep. All right. Let's see. So I put it in D tier unless anyone has any final arguments.
Not at all.
No.
D tier.
All right.
I have one last thing. Sorry. Sorry for getting in under the wire each time. But it's, for me, I think some people in chat are bringing up good points where they're like, okay, polyamory versus harem. I think we're specifically talking about harem, not someone's like attempt to do like a full like investigation, like very tropey harem. But I do think there are cool things that can be done in like a historical context or like a world building context. But as a trope itself, as a writer to use, some people really hate it. Some people really love it. It's a very divisive trope. Because of that, I also put it in D.
Yeah. I don't think
I would make those separate, but I agree with you.
Yeah, it's I know it has merit, but it's just most of the time it's All right, moving along. So we have a self-harm based ability. Probably the most famous or in the zeitgeist right now would be Deku's ability from My Hero Academia, where he gets hurt every single time he uses it, but he, it has a lot of power, and he willingly sacrifices himself to the harm, to pull off those great feats. All right, what do y'all think?
I would give this one, maybe I'm biased because I also take this trope, but I would give it an S tier too. As some people in the chat have said, one way I used it in my story is that within like the third book of the series that I'm writing now, I gave the main character a bracer that extremely powers up his like attacks during his counterattack, but he can only use it one time. And the person who gave it to him is very set about do not use this more than one time. Safe to say, in the very next fight scene I'm outlining, he proceeds to use it multiple times more than one time, despite the pain, just because I enjoy using those kind of abilities.
Yeah, I mean, and it definitely leans itself well to the, just the MC being a hero, where it's like every time they use their powers, they are self-sacrificing. They're giving it their all. I mean, I'm happy going S tier with it. So, what do y'all think? Any other thoughts?
Yeah, S tier. Also, because in progression in general, there's that MC mentality is super important for progression. So having a character who, like by default, is able to handle pain and push through it to accomplish their goals is kind of like just peak progression.
Yeah, it
and I'm personally, I was gonna say I'm particularly a fan of when that rule is like very hard set. Because even bringing up Deku as the quintessential example of it, yes, when he was first using One for All, it hurt him because he could only use it either 100% or nothing. But past like season 3-ish, once he learned full Cal, he could use it 5% and it was fine. But I think it's actually really interesting when a story does not give that sort of leeway and keeps it as a linear, like, you will hurt yourself if you use this.
All right. So it sounds like S tier unless anyone disagrees.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like because it's kind of like hard magic. There are consequences. It's kind of
As
like
long as there's
it's
consequences.
not like free stuff
Yeah.
that they can do every time and they can just cast it on command. So when there's some consequences, there are, I think, higher stakes.
Because sometimes it's just fun to have just be kind of wacky. Just go for it and embrace that. As long as there's consequences, go for it.
All right. So the next one is the cheat skill. Basically, what every main character in lit RPG or progression fantasy has that separates them from, from the average person, and basically what makes them the main character of the story compared to anyone else.
Can I take this one first?
Go ahead.
F, all the way down in the bottom. I hate these. Like, for me, the idea, because like one of the like core parts of lit RPG and progression fantasy is like being able to put yourself a little bit into like the character and like have this journey with them. But like when you have just like, oh, I'm just by default fundamentally better at X, Y, or Z, I'm just like, holy, why? Of course, like no matter what you do from now on, I'm always like, well, of course you could do that. You literally are cheating.
So I'll agree and disagree at the same time. I think an OP cheat ability where you are God right from the start is definitely F tier. But a cheat skill where it's I'm slightly better than everyone else, and I use it in a creative way, that kind of thing. If it's done well, it is basically what forms the basis of this genre. And I will say, if you go to basically any big author's writing guide, they will say that a main character in this genre should have a cheat or golden finger skill to some degree, as long as it's not too overpowered and that it can grow. So I would probably personally put it at A tier just because it is so fundamental for this genre.
I think I would like begrudgingly agree with A tier. Maybe put it in the B tier because me personally, I don't like the idea of it. If it's something like the main character is working for this and learning to use it, and there's a lot behind being able to use it in the first place, like that's cool. If there's progression behind them getting to this cheat ability eventually, that's sick. That's fundamental. I love that. In theory, I love the idea of that. But if it's like they just start off the bat, yeah, you just got your powers, and like someone in the comments just said, you just got your powers, you're Gojo, and you can use his abilities instantly perfect. Like that's, I don't know if I like that. I also haven't personally read or seen a lot of examples of this because I tend to just avoid those kinds of stories because I just don't like the idea
I
of.
would say this could almost be divided into two tropes. I don't know if we have the second one here, but I would say this is just the main character has a skill that sets them apart as opposed to OP from the start, which is an entirely different trope.
Yeah. So would it be closer to something like, for example, Sung Jin Woo in Solo Leveling?
Yeah,
Is leveling mechanic.
He has a special, unique power. It's not exactly that strong from the start, but he makes it that strong, and it evolves into something that's the most OP thing.
I don't like when it doesn't have any purpose. Like so I think we can combine it with the older trope that we talk about. When they hurt themselves, they can be OP from the very beginning, but there are big consequences.
Another example. Yeah, if we go back to Deku's, One for All, that's a cheat skill by definition. So, I see you smiling there, Tom. Like, you got to admit, there are times when it is really well done.
Yeah, and then you got when you make it like a kind of like a character deconstruction where you kind of parody this kind of things, like when you do it like One Punch Man. He's OP from the very beginning, but it is done as a joke. I think when you do it like that, it works pretty well.
Okay. So, but I think we can agree it's done great sometimes, done absolutely terribly sometimes, and it can make or break stories. So
I would say B because it can swing so easily.
All right,
yeah,
I'm
fine
with that.
Because it's so used a lot.
Yep. B tier. All right, next up, JRPG quest scaling. And just I'll give the example where this is every JRPG game. In the first quest, you go out, you pick some herbs, you kill some slimes, and then at the end of the book or the story or whatever, you're killing God. That's what JRPG quest scaling is. Personally, I absolutely love it, but I know it can be done terribly and just feel like terrible progression and really bad scaling.
Sometimes I think it feels a little repetitive sometimes, because what I think is that it should be done like with a little more like different twist, maybe like a different kind of like, especially at the beginning, like, because I read so many stories where all the stories start with the character just going for herbs in the forest.
They're
or
in a
something.
village. They haven't joined the Adventurers Guild yet. You know, they get the goblin killing quest and eventually promote that kind of stuff.
So that's what I think. As I mean, maybe people could start doing something a little different, maybe, because it can be done pretty well.
Yeah,
I feel like if, sorry, forming words. I can like it because it could be like a break. Like I've seen in animes or kind of read, it's like, okay, you're kind of getting away from the plot a little bit because that can get exhausting, especially if it's a longer one. You might want to go, and it's easier way to see the world, kind of like experience the world, maybe kind of learn something a little bit more. But that's not something that you have to like, okay, I got to remember this 20 chapters from now type of thing. But as you say, like it becomes a pattern most of the time, like you guys were saying at the beginning. It's always, okay, let's go herb because you need to do this and that. It could be kind of seen as a cheat to try to introduce you to the world versus utilizing it to explore the world, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'd say it could definitely. It's a good beginner writer as a writing tool. It's just this is the beginner outline. You get from point A to point B, and you fill in the gap.
And show how things work.
Yeah, exactly. So personally, for me, I would put it A or S tier, but I know a lot of people don't like it, and it can be used basically as just mediocre writing excuse. So what do you think?
I'm personally B or A, but I can understand why people go lower.
I think I should be A too, because I like some of the games that have done this. Like when I think of Persona 5, probably the only JRPG I've really played. I like games that I've liked the idea of games that do that, and
for Starfield,
if it's cool, like the greatest exception, if it's cool, it works.
So I think going back to the other the other panel that we were doing where were they talking about foreshadowing? I think if you can do those like beginner quest as a way of foreshadowing what's going to happen in the future, that will be relevant. Because the thing is that you start having this beginner quest at the beginning of the story, and then there's no relevancy for the later part of the book. Like, why did the character go just pick up, stuff at the forest? There's no reason other than just leveling up.
Yeah, I will say a lot of those quests in the Adventurers Guild, like kill 5 goblins and bring their ears, like that's usually the end of it, and you get no real explanation as to why. So it's just there's a lot of junk quests that really just make no sense in how they work in the economy.
And that's what brings it down, in my opinion.
Yeah. So maybe B tier then?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
B tier, probably. Yeah.
All right. Next up, we have main character returns home. Either it's the end of their journey, or they've been away for a long time. Maybe they were run out or left on bad circumstances. So it's finally time for them to come home, either as a break or for an important mission. But it's that nostalgia. It's their reason for going on their journey.
I put this one up. When I was thinking about this one, I was thinking specifically like the He Who Fights with Monsters, like Jason Asano going back to Earth, and like tropes like that, where, like you said, they go home. I was imagining more mid-story, and for that, S. It can be so good for like re-anchoring the character and what they value and what they want, and also show like how much they have changed. Definitely like a book 3-4 thing, not a book 1 thing. But
no, I definitely put this S tier also, because there's so much you can use it so well to explore a character and to progress their arc in such a powerful way. The only example I personally read of it was, I think, in book 10 of Cradle, where he went back to Sacred Valley. And it hits us so much as a reader on two different levels, because on the first level, there's how much we saw Lyndon get treated horribly when he was in Sacred Valley. So seeing him go back being so much powerful, it just hits us like that. But then also seeing how he feels about the people he came from says so much about his character and how well it's used, like in that part of the story itself.
Yeah, and we got to remember, like, the reader went on this journey too.
Yeah.
And I think it's something everyone can relate to, because everyone's gone away from home for a long time and then come back, and it's just like, man, I'm home. I'm visiting my parents. I went away to college and came back, and it's like, damn, you
Hello?
just get hit with
Hello?
that feeling.
Hello? Does anyone have any, like, have they tried using this in their own story?
Yeah, I have, and I feel it's kind of like a reward for the character. Like, yes, you slayed the dragon, now you can go home. Like,
Yeah,
this is
I
your
really see
time.
it. I really see it done poorly.
Oh yeah, it's been done poorly. Yeah, but I think when it's done,
Did you guys hear me? I think I crashed for a second.
We can hear you.
We can hear you now.
Okay.
All right. So how about S tier? Sound
Agreed.
good?
Yeah, I'm down with
I
S
would
tier.
say yes. Yeah, definitely.
All right. So next we have weak enemy scaling. That is where the enemies are always a bit weaker than the main character, so that the main character never loses. They conveniently always fight a character that is, they're just above. So they look great, but it's never actually a challenge, and you always know they're going to win. Clearly, the
these chat
audience
responses are
here,
frying me.
yeah, the audience here is decrying it. So I think it's safe to go straight with F with it, unless
It's a
anyone
big
objects.
Deus Ex Machina where the main character always wins.
Yeah.
This is like Fallout tier. Like everyone disliked that. Like as soon as you said the name of the trope.
Like, as I said, I come from more the Portal Isekai thing, and that's very popular from my experience there. And it's just, what do you do with it?
Yep.
It's
just
funny
the same
for a little
thing
bit.
recycled over and over again. They always just eke out a win, but even though it's just always the same. All right, F tier.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Next up, we have time stop abilities. Tom, you look like you have something to say.
No, I was gonna say shoot it straight to S tier because I just love like time stop abilities, time stop focus characters. Like Dragon Ball Super Hit was one of my favorite characters. Dio, one of my favorite antagonists. Because they can just be just cool, honestly. This is pure rule of cool type talking. I love time stop type abilities. And at a certain point I gave it to like my main antagonist pretty early on in my series, which goes really far to making her a huge threat in every fight.
Yeah, I think if it has a lot of limitations, like 3 seconds, something really small but still overpowered, it can be done well. But if a character can just progress or stop time pretty much whenever they want, it's definitely too overpowered, and it'll just kind of kill a story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Dio is, just going on the audience, is a great example. That's like, I can't even remember. It's been a while since I watched it, but it's like 10 seconds.
We can even consider examples like going outside of typical progression fantasy. If anyone's read the second era of Mistborn, the secondary main character, Wayne, has the ability to stop time, except for within a specified bubble. Because within that bubble, time passes for him like normal. To everyone outside of the bubble, he's moving at like super fast speed instantly. And it's used hilariously well, like someone specified time bubbles in Mistborn era too. This would count under this type of like time stop type of trope. Or even like a super speed character going fast enough that they stop time, like that Quicksilver scene from that one X-Men movie or the Flash in certain parts. I would count this as within the same trope.
Yeah, I would say from Rule of Cool, damn, it's cool. But just going back to those Flash and Quicksilver tropes, it's like it's so overpowered. Then Quicksilver dies. Though it like it's just like, how are these characters ever losing? It's usually it's like, hey, it's cool for a moment, but then it's just they kind of forget their own rules that they established.
Yeah.
So I'd say for that reason, I'd probably put it B or C, because yes, it can be amazing, but more often than not, it's not done well.
I would put in C. Yeah, it'd be cool, and I guess maybe this average to B. But I just learned stay away from anything time related unless you have some very heavy restrictions, because the vast majority of the time it's going to blow up in your face sooner or later.
All right. Any other thoughts, or are we cool with C tier?
This hurts me personally. I'll never forgive this.
I mean, I like it when it's done very well, the way that Brandon Sanderson does in the Mistborn.
Agreed.
Number 2. That's pretty cool stuff. But it got very defined limitations. When the characters can do anything they want, that's when I have a problem with.
All right.
So
Okay.
I could probably say maybe B.
All right. I mean, I'd be fine moving up to B
I would
just
say B.
because it does have a lot of good uses, and we just pretend that the bad ones don't exist.
In fact, it makes me want to ask as much as we've been talking about good uses, what are bad uses of this?
Anytime
Well,
where it's yeah. Go ahead.
If you can still move around, okay, you freeze the guy. You can just go shoot him in the head. Unless you're
But
frozen
is there a
too.
particular story that we have in mind where we've seen someone use this badly? Because I mean, we're mentioning Wayne from Mistborn, Dio from JoJo's, but do we have any for the other side of stories or characters where it's just been this is terrible?
Again, I would have to go back to the Speedster example, where it's so fast that they stop time and then it just collapses, and then somehow they die and lose, and they always have threats, even though they're basically just a god at that point. All right, on to the system. I would say, just as a lit RPG staple, since it is what makes the genre, it would have to be S tier.
It has to be S. There's no other spot for it.
Is this listing magic as a trope?
Yeah, it's just the main character has a system, so I think it's pretty generic.
Yeah, without the system, it's not lit RPG anymore.
Yep. So got an easy one and done. All right. So next up, depowered arc, and I think this one's probably going to get straight Fs across the board.
Yeah, just throw it down there. We don't even need to talk about that.
Yeah,
it's
the main
the
character,
the number goes up. I mean,
yep. Where it's just the main character loses their powers. They're basically mortal again, especially if it's been after a long time. And if you really want to add extra hate to it, throw them in prison too at the same time.
Because it feels like you are forgetting everything that the character went through. Like nothing happened. It's kind of like those the dream trope, where the character is doing a bunch of stuff and then they wake up and nothing happens. It feels like that.
Yep. All right. And I will say the one example, or the one time it's well done would obviously just be regressor stories, where that's the whole premise.
Yeah.
So, but that's always at the beginning. That's what makes, and then from there it goes straight to progression. It usually never hits depowered again. But I'm still F tier all the way, just because regressor could just be its own different trope.
Regressor stories are just a really long depowered arc. You're so right.
They are.
Pretty much.
Holy shit.
All right, F tier. All right, moving on here. We have the main character crashes out. They lost bad. They lost someone. They just go crazy. They fritzing lose it. And, probably someone just ends up either getting hurt or being killed in the process.
I like it when it becomes the villain arc. Like they turn from the hero into a villain, or maybe an anti-hero kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think S tier too, because this is just it's such a key character thing to do to someone in general, to find, because when it's an angry, rageful character, someone who's constantly crashing out, it's whatever, that's their usual. But when it's someone who's usually nice and regular, like someone just said in the comments, when Goku really crashes out, those are some of the most memorable parts of the series, or even in say Bleach, for example, of other stories, because it's core to how you treat a character. What makes them, the kind of story situations you create by finding out what can push someone to that point, peak.
All right.
S tier. We got nothing else to
add.
add.
I would go S tier. especially if it's usually just a character who always has it together and they just can't anymore. They have been broken to the point where they just can't anymore. All right. S tier.
No C's yet.
Nope. Maybe we'll see if we can find one here. Hero versus no, that's a different one. Side character versus main villain fight. When, Krillin goes up and he fights before Goku. And either they, surprise you or they get beaten terribly, but it's usually used just so you can see how powerful the villain is usually the main usage of this trope.
For context on, I think it's used as a trope image. It might be really small, but a good example of this also is when Battle Beast fights Thrag in Invincible. If anyone has read the comics, Thrag is like the main endgame final antagonist of the series. Battle Beast is like hyped up constantly as being one of the strongest characters in the verse. So when they fight each other over the course of several days off screen in the context of the story, we just keep checking in on them still fighting each other. It's one of the sickest things in the series.
I'm kind of complex with this one because I feel like this is more of you have to have it in your story just because you have to show what the power levels of your villain or the opponent so the reader has an understanding, but you don't want to do that on your main character because if that too early, it might whack things up. So I don't know. It really just depends on how you do it. Like you brought up Dragon Ball Z quite a bit. And like Krillin kind of became a joke because of it. But we understand what the threat is now. So I think that could be closer to a C because it can go any direction. It's needed, but it could be done badly quite a bit.
I'd say it's more often used just as a writing tool than it is an actual, like, hey, this is a cool part of the story or this is important. It's usually just, hey, we're setting the stakes.
Yeah, I think I would honestly point this out to be more specific, not just like in general situations where you have like side characters fighting a villain, but like say in the Buu saga, this is like 50-50 of an example, but when Gohan fought Majin Buu, him not being either like Goku or Vegeta, not being their fight, but it being like finally Gohan have a chance to be focused on, those are the kind of, I think that's close to this kind of trope.
Well, I was thinking a different example. In Star Trek Next Generation, the Klingon Federation guy always went and attacked when someone attacked a ship, and he got his butt kicked. He's supposed to be like the strongest person on the ship, and he gets his butt kicked every single time to prove how serious of a threat.
Yeah. So I think maybe this can be our first C tier.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
All right, C tier it is.
Yeah, the wolf effect.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Grinding arcs, where there's not a whole lot of stakes. Maybe the main character got their butt kicked, or they know there's a threat ahead. Maybe there's a tournament arc coming up. So they lock in, they go into isolation, they go into the woods. You just see them just bang out level after level. Yep, and someone just said, the training montage.
Okay, so I actually want to ask to clarify on this. Is this really just arcs where like the main focus of the arc isn't like plot development or like setting them? It's really just them training.
It's them training to get stronger for goal, or maybe just because they want to.
I think as long as he has some character development, it works. Mm-hmm. But if it's just for the sake of the training and fighting and stuff, I think there's no consequences other than just leveling up. I think it kind of meh.
Mm-hmm. I want to point out on this one, because we keep talking about Dragon Ball Z, they do this all the time, mostly just to pad out the story.
Yeah.
So, like, you got to be careful about that. Are they just doing that to pad out the story, or is it genuine training or in character development? Because I love the training scene, but okay, do we need to watch 5 episodes?
Yeah, I would.
20 episodes.
I would honestly put this as like, for me personally, towards a D tier for the reason of it puts me off of some lit RPG stories, and I feel like it focuses so much on the RPG that we forget the lit. Like I started 1% Lifesteal, and I had kind of fallen off from the story through the first book because at a certain point, it's like it was just him training and training and training, but like plot wise, character wise, nothing was really happening. And it's ironic considering that it is progression fantasy, but like some other people don't like this. I'm here for a good story too, and when the good story takes a back seat to just to just numbers go up, I'm out.
So I would
It's
say it is
different from something like the
probably
montage.
yeah, it's probably very contextual depending on the pacing, and that probably if it's one episode or one chapter and they go through it very fast, but if it is 10 episodes, half the book, then yeah, it's probably pretty crap.
Yeah, like a literal arc of just grinding, to me, it's like the idea that
to
I'm
be
out.
honest, all you have to do is show the character writing or even storytelling, them just training randomly throughout. That's a paragraph.
Yeah, or
that's still
maybe
showing
if
they're
they
doing it.
Yeah, show what they're doing. Maybe show this is the creative ways that they're doing it, and then say, "Hey, a month passed." But so maybe C or B tier.
Yeah, real fast, just to get it in. I think that when the never mind, I lost my train of thought. It's completely gone. We'll move past that one. Yeah, put it in C.
I would say C just because there's more bad than good of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That would honestly make me push it more towards D for me. But
yeah, and just because we see Deku here, I'll mention a good example is in My Hero where it's the grind arc. They're at like some forest summer camp, and then the villains attack. Like it's the grind arc that gets the plot thrown out the window, and suddenly stuff is happening. So there are
would
good
that really
examples of
count
it.
as a grind arc, considering that like the whole point of that arc wasn't them grinding? It was like the setup was that they were about to start grinding. And we had a
I would
montage
still
of training.
say
Then-
that's still it was a grind subversion arc almost. Like they were setting up to grind, but yeah. All right. Let me see here. This one's I'm just going automatic F for me personally. The miscommunication trope, where a plot could be easily solved if the characters just talk to each other, and the entire drama is just from hey, we're just having a misunderstanding.
We're having another fallout. Everyone dislikes them.
I'll counter with this one thing. Nobody talks to each other anymore. So I'm joking, but like,
yeah,
I would agree. Basically,
I
F.
would say I put this one here just because it's probably top 3 most hated tropes for me, and I wanted to see if
very
anyone
rare.
would argue otherwise.
I think if it's core to the character, like your character, like the only time I've ever like could imagine this working is if your character's like core personality, like one of their core traits is that they like hate talking to people, or they're so like self-absorbed and self-obsessed that they just think they don't need to talk to anyone. When it's used to highlight a flaw, I think it can be used, but generally
I could say probably wouldn't work for an anxious character, but I could see it working for a narcissistic character. But narcissistic characters usually just don't work well unless they're super overpowered, in which case the miscommunication doesn't really work anyways.
Yeah.
This is the only time I actually would say was I'm positive about it is because I come from more science fiction, but it's if like first contact, but you literally cannot communicate each other.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, I would say if it's like communication is impossible or something, if there's a genuine reason, it's just 99% of the time there is no genuine reason. It's just, oh, we'll talk about it later. Oh, I'm someone important and you're not, so I'm not going to listen to you.
But I would say that's not this trope.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I do want to hear what Pop thinks of, but also this kind of makes me think of Golden Sun, the second book of Red Rising, when Darrow spends like the entire book like, I gotta talk to Rogue at some point. I really need to talk to Rogue at some point. I need to fix my relationship with Rogue. Anyone who's read Golden Sun knows what happens at the end of that book, but it's kind of funny because he doesn't come back to talk to Rogue.
I am out of my area here. You guys are talking books I haven't read. You guys are talking about manga and everything. I don't do anime. I don't do any of this. I love all the tropes, but Tommy, you called me out because of costs. So you will suffer. In a good way.
All right. Are there any arguments against F tier?
No, straight to F. Jesus.
Can we get another tier below?
I don't think I can change it right now without fear of breaking something, but I would be happy to put it in its own tier. Or I would be happy to move everything else up to D just so it could be an F alone.
You know, take it off the tier list. It doesn't deserve to be up there. Fuck that.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
All right, next one is a great one. Comedic character locking in, and the example here is Sans from Undertale. And another example I'll give is Zenitsu from Demon Slayer, when he just suddenly goes amazingly badass, even though he's been a useless comedy character the entire time.
Yeah, I love this trope personally. I'm like extremely biased to this trope because this is literally my entire series of like the main character being the primary like comedic comic relief until plot stuff happens in the second book, and the third book, his arc is based off the fact that it's his like lock in moment because of plot stuff.
I would say if this means like they have a good like storyline with it, yeah, definitely S tier. But I see a lot of comedic characters are usually just a punching bag. I don't know how often that is, but that is something I've seen where they don't get their moment. I would say that drops it down greatly. But if they do get their moment, it's just all
I would say
cylinders.
this is specifically the trope is when they get their moment and they,
Mhm.
you know, they pull it off.
Then S tier.
Yeah, those moments.
Yep. All right, S tier. Okay, next one is hero versus hero fights, and the example here is just Cap.
Because it's a philosophy ideologically battle, and those can be really intense if written right.
Yeah, I think also I put this in like really high tiers because the reasons for them having that conflict, the reasons for them having this conflict are usually pretty deep. If it's like someone mentioned lack of communication, even if there is some clear communication, if they just disagree with each other and it's something that can't be fundamentally solved otherwise, it's like there's ground here for some peak moments.
Like two characters. Yeah, two characters at the peak of their power, both like basically gods in their own right, knowing exactly what the other character thinks and wants, and saying and having the ego to go, no, my way is better, and not back down, but both still like wanting to do good is so good.
Because then you're setting up a fight scene that has history, it has a core conflict, it has stakes, it has character interaction, it has arc potential, all of this stuff. But you're putting together a mixing pot of what can be a really, really good meal.
And what's best
I
if
mean,
they're
actually,
both right.
To me, it doesn't make it never really made sense because to me, it's always Superman versus Batman. It's like, what the F? Why even bother? I just don't see the
I would
two
say
movies fighting.
in those cases where it's just they do this just to sell comic books, like, hey, we need to have Superman and Batman fight, and it's the entire purpose is just, hey, we just want to, you know, put them against each other without any real, you know, core conflict. It's done pretty poorly, but I would say most of the time it is done pretty well, and it is pretty hype.
Here might be a better
example. One example I'm thinking of is Cradle, Lyndon versus Yaren in Winter Steel.
Something tells me that Tommy really likes Will Wright and Cradle.
My example
is the
is
embodiment of our progression fantasy.
my example outside of like anime is the 2004 Battlestar Galactica. You had characters who are on the same side, always arguing with each other based on ideology and principle. And sometimes you don't even know who's right. Like they might both be right, or they might actually both be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very different type of perspective. So like it can be very engaging again if done right. But like what he said about Batman versus Superman. Okay, yeah, we all know who's going to win that one.
All right, so I think we're in agreement of S tier.
Yeah, just a
All right.
quick note. I do agree with our progression fantasy thing for Tom, because I remember when we first talked, we got on the call and he was like, you guys ever read Cradle? First thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's that person posting on progression fantasy every time. Well, you should read Cradle.
I am that person, and it's so funny. It comes from the fact that Cradle is probably the only progression fantasy series I have fully read. So I'm like drawing from my only. If you ask me about anything else, I've only read like 2 books of Dungeon Crawler. Carl. It's ironic considering everything here.
I've gotten through half of one book of Cradle, but I have met Will Wright, and he lives a town up from me.
Wow.
Boom.
That gives you extra points.
Go get some books signed and sell them on eBay. All right. So we got about 10 minutes left, and we've gotten through maybe a third of the list. So I'm thinking maybe we switch over to a bit more of a rapid fire
Agreed.
Still, if like a great thought or a great example, but let's try to burn through as many
I
of
think
these can in the time we have
there's
left.
only one trope I could think of that I wonder if we want to do like a discussion on.
Sure, go ahead. We can
Cell
jump ahead.
phones. Cell phones or like modern technology like that.
They ruined everything.
I would say if it's urban fantasy, fine, whatever. It's what you expect. But if it is, if it's medieval fantasy, like I got reincarnated with my smartphone and your phone just magically does everything, yeah, it's trash.
It's trash. Yeah, definitely.
D.
I don't even know where it is on the list. I'll find it later. But okay,
Oh, well, let's go rapid fire.
All right, rapid fire. So next up, we have just fantasy dungeons. You go to the fantasy dungeon. Monsters drop loot. There's a boss at the end. It's the core of a lot.
It's such a good author tool. Reader, I don't care that much. As an author, it's such a good tool.
All right.
I don't write this personally, but this feels like listing magic as a trope.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. So next we have the main character is isekai'd. And I'll just give my quick opinion is that it can be interesting, but most of the time it's just used to force fish out of water so that they can explain everything in their world building and power systems without actually being a particularly good writer. So I would say D. Personally.
Yeah, I agree. They usually just keep them as what they used to be into this new world, besides adapting to the new world.
Good tool.
Yeah, I say B because of the fact that it's fundamentally an entire genre.
Yeah, that's fair. So how about C? All right.
Sure.
Okay. Next up, we have what is this? Power of Friendship.
F. F.
Immediately S and F.
So if it's down to the parody, it will be great. But
yeah, I would say if
how is it a trope?
If yeah, it's just where I would say fairy tale is a bad example where, hey, my friends are my power, so I'm automatically stronger than you. But where if it's actual good teamwork and someone's working, a team is probably working together because, they're friends and they've built bonds, then it's a good trope. But it's done really terribly and it's just an ass pull most of the time.
It's usually just, we're good, so we won.
Yeah. So I would say just for the good times, it's probably a D instead of an F.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Next one, we have villain POV fights.
I think this one is trope. It was villain POV, but also the picture for it is villain versus villain fights also. Like in the picture, we have Curlo versus...
you know what? You're right. I skipped one. This one is villain versus villain.
I would say ARS. That's just so rare and it's so awesome.
I would agree.
Especially if you know the villain. You have to know the villain.
Mm-hmm. Let's just assume it's done well.
Yeah.
So, Esther?
Yeah.
Esther.
All right. Okay. Let's see here. Back up here. All right. We have David versus Goliath fights, underdog fights.
I would say still ANS if it's done well because...
Yeah.
That's most storytelling right there.
Yeah,
that's literally most.
It is most of this genre. The weak character will take on the big bad when they're the underdog. Yeah. All right. So ARS, any objections?
Put it on
A. A. All right. All right. This one, I'm guessing, is probably gonna go low. The Chosen One. The main character is the special little boy who gets all the things, and the plot absolutely loves them.
D. Such a D fucking tier.
I would say D. It could be interesting, but yeah.
All right. Okay, let's see here. Next is this is where it's time to evolve, it's time to level up. There's a list of skills or evolutions, and one of them is obviously the one they're gonna pick, and the rest is just padded runtime.
I actually really like these. I actually really like this trope a lot. It's so dumb. Everyone hates it. I find it so fucking funny because I'll look through 12 options and which one will they pick? And I just imagine the author doing something left field out of nowhere.
Yeah. If it's done for comedy, it's great.
Yeah, I would say It can be a good world building tool because you could see like, hey, these might be the evolutions or powers they might come up with against in the future. So as a writing tool, it could actually be pretty good. So that's my one argument for it. But most of the time, it is just used to pad the runtime.
Is this for the trope? Just asking before we put it on. I'm guessing like probably B tier. But is this the trope for when there's like multiple class options that are all legitimate, or is the trope for when it's like, would you rather be World Breaker or Potato Farmer?
Yeah, it's when it's like extremely obvious what they're gonna pick.
Okay, yeah,
It's like 4 generic options and then 1 super amazing special option. All right.
Yeah, I say D.
All right. So I think what was this one here? This one is villain POV fights.
Yeah, I mean, we can just throw this with the other one.
Yeah.
All right. S tier. Okay. Next we have OP from start. That was the follow up to earlier, where it's just they're god tier from the beginning. Done well. Examples would be like Saitama, and Frierin's another good example. But usually there is minimal progression, but there can be where they go from OP to even more OP. But it's hard to scale.
The only 2 times I think that are good is like in One Punch Man. It's a joke, being silly. But like in Farron, someone said it's about the characters. It's not about her being OP. It's about the characters. But everyone around her is not OP, and that's what they mostly focus on. So I think it's either really good, but the most of the time it's just bad.
Yeah,
Comedy
because
or
of Frieren,
mentor, very
because
good.
she becomes from an OP character, she becomes just or try to become like a normal person through the interactions with other characters.
All right. So I guess C or B?
I think C.
I will put B. C? Okay.
All right. Okay, we're down to like 3 minutes, so let's really rapid fire these. Purposely weak side character is just kept around to make the main character look good.
It's funny, but D.
You said D?
correct.
All right,
Yeah,
D.
It works.
It gets boring after a while.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have no, that was the obvious skill evolution. Whoops, my bad. All right. So next we have get back fights. The main character loses, they train up, they go back and they fight the villain again to beat him down.
I think A tier because everyone loves watching these type of fights where you literally watch someone lose and then watch them get back. Extra stakes, extra history. Fire
All
fights.
right. Academy arc. Self-explanatory.
Yeah,
B.
I would say A or B. Like it just depends on the quality.
All right. B. Let's see here. All right. The next is ass pull powers. The main character suddenly has exactly what they need to win.
Ooh, I haven't used this technique since the Heian era.
When it's the villain, S. When it's the hero, F.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. F tier. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay. Next, we have arrogant young masters, usually followed by a face slap.
S.
All right. There it is. Okay. Next, we have where a character has no powers and they're excluded from the system, but they make it work for them.
The context picture for this, so everyone has a better picture. Toji. The picture is Toji, but like Rock Lee also is a character. That one guy from Demon Slayer who has a gun because he can't use breathing techniques.
Yeah, I would put up A or S.
Maybe A works.
All right.
Yeah, I think A is fair.
We got a lot of S's in the comments.
Yeah, there you are.
We have
All
1
right.
minute left.
Parting building where you collect side characters like Pokemon, or you can build a really good party. So can be done well. It is basically harem, but it's for your sidekicks.
Harem without love. Yeah, B.
Yeah. Platonic harem.
Harem.
All right. So basically, we're just going to stop there. And just since Lucian, you didn't get the chance earlier, why don't you go ahead and tell people what you're writing?
Well, I write a cozy fantasy. I started writing it around February. No, sorry. It was in January when I started publishing. And so it's up there in Royal Road. You can find it over there. I've been querying agents. Let's see what happens. So I got 2 requests already. But I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Wonderful.
So fingers crossed.
Yeah. I
right.
popped in the tier list items stuff that we used for this into chat, and because I know we didn't finish it. So if any of you want to do that in your own time, it's there. Good luck.
Yeah, I think it'd be safe to take a screenshot of this and save it so we can see what what we chose.
Yep. And if you if people want to share it later, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much.
Here comes Jack.
All right. Great job,
Jack.
guys. That was a lot of fun.
Just the part where we get kicked out.
All right. So this
Always getting
panel
kicked out.
is technically done. You guys can hang out here if you want for a few more minutes. Tonic is
We can
going to
finish
do
the
a
chart.
panel in stage. What stage are we in now? Stage A at 10 o'clock. It will not be recorded, and it will not be streamed to YouTube. So if you want to
This
watch
is a secret classified panel.
if you want to watch that, you need to be in the forum in that stage. So, but otherwise, as far as our YouTube audience is concerned, this is where we're going to end it tonight. And we hope to see you on the Royal Road Writers Guild tomorrow.
What's the YouTube channel? I'm sorry.
It is, hold on, I'll throw it right in the chat. There you go. All right. And we are